All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to A Fistful of Dice. My name is Matt. Tonight, we are going to be trying out a game that is new to me. It's a game called Questlandia, and it is a collaborative world-building role-playing game designed by Hannah Schaefer and Evan Rowland. And it is a game of ill-fated kingdoms. Basically, if you're familiar with games like Microscope, it's kind of similar to that in that the bulk of the game is designing the world. And then you play out the final days of an ill-fated kingdom by creating characters within that world. So it's a really cool little game. I've really been enjoying reading through it. There's a link down in the description if you're interested in checking out either the PDF or the physical copies of this book. So if you like what we're doing here and you want to check out more, you can follow that link. But basically what we're going to be doing is we're just going to build a fantasy kingdom together and then play in that kingdom. So I am joined tonight by two of my good gaming friends. I've got Barker here from Be a Better Game Master and Aaron. Say hello, guys.
Hi. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Barker. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to screen share a Google Doc that we're all parked in here. And we're going to use that to keep notes on the kingdom and help build it. Normally, if you were playing this in person, you would have this. They have a character sheet that everyone would have, and everyone would keep track of the things. But because we're playing over the information superhighway that is the internet, we're going to be using Google Docs instead. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. And at a certain point, we might be making a map as well, which will mean that Barker's going to be sharing his screen. So yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and just get started here. So I think, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first thing we got to do is draw some cards.
I'm going to correct you. The first thing that we do is we roll a die, and that determines the kingdom's ambition.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
So, yeah, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to kind of determine what is it that our kingdom values above all else. What is it, the driving belief? And that's going to be determined by, like most things in this game. If it's not a deck of cards, then it's going to be a six-sided die.
Perfect.
So
Let's do it.
I'm going to find my most ominous red die.
Yeah. Yes. Only the most ominous will do.
Make sure it's foreboding.
Yes. Actually, we'll do a black.
Make sure it's colder than the others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As an era of
So this is going to be our.
The frost.
So this is going to be our fate. So let's see. All right, I rolled a 3, which means our kingdom's ambition is culture and prestige.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Cool.
That's cool. All right, so we basically, this is something that we just have to keep in mind as we roll through here and create our kingdom.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing some things like these things might seem random at first, but over time they're going to just be some natural connections made and such.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, and I also, another thing I want to mention is I think when we're all done here, I'll make this Google Doc available to everyone on the Fistful of Dice Facebook page so that people can go in the doc and check it out and see what we came up with. And if you want to use it in your own games, you can. So,
yeah, for sure.
All right, so I think the, oh, go ahead, Barker.
Well, I was going to say now, what do we do, Matt?
Now I think we draw cards.
Now we draw cards. So I'm going to flip over 6 cards face up. And what we're looking at is we're looking at suits. The suits are the most important thing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Each suit stands for something different. So we have clubs stand for civil unrest, revolution. Hearts stand for sickness, health, disease, those sort of issues. Diamonds stands for wealth and resources, and spades stands for war and external conflict. And these are all things that are going to be plaguing our kingdom. Yeah. So I'm organizing them by suit, and it looks like we have. You want me to go from lowest to highest or highest to lowest?
Ooh, let's go lowest to highest.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Goody. All right. So lowest to highest. The first one, we have 1 spade for war and external conflict.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, 1 usually means, if I'm not mistaken, this is just kind of beginning, right? The problem is just starting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to be like a real expert to see that it's even an issue within the kingdom. Nobody would even recognize it, not even those in power.
Very cool.
Okay. Oh, so a war may be brewing or something. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The second is we have 2 hearts, so sickness and health. Aaron, what would 2 be? I don't have that in front of me.
I believe 2 is basically it is starting to make a name for itself. It's starting to be recognized generally as an issue. Maybe specific groups are recognizing it as a problem.
Like many people in the street. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, like, let's say there might be an issue that's really like centered on one location or for one group of people, but in general, it's not considered a massive problem for the rest of the kingdom.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
All right,
and that's 2. The one that is going to break our ankles here is clubs. We have civil unrest and revolution in our kingdom, and 3 is kind of like the troubles at the front door. You know, rebellion, open rebellion at the front door.
Yeah, and how many do we have of those? 4?
3. We have 3. We have 3
of those.
Rebellion, 2 health, and 1 war external conflict.
And 0 diamonds for wealth and resources.
We got plenty of money, man.
We got good money, good resources. Yeah, we're good on that.
Which I think makes sense. For, like, you know, a kingdom that values culture and prestige. They're going to be, you know, it's like they're obviously wealthy. Like, that's not their issue. But maybe the ways that they get that money is the way that they pay for all that culture and prestige is not always beneficial to the people.
Exactly. Well, and I'm already seeing a correlation here between the fact that we don't have a problem with resources, but we do have some unrest and revolution happening, and we've got a little bit of a health and sickness problem. Like, you can kind of see how all of these things interact, and how maybe the fact that the resources and the wealth is really abundant, well, maybe not for everybody, because we have health and sickness and unrest and revolution issues happening here. So,
y'all guys are skipping steps.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
No. Well, it should also be noted that I don't know if we mentioned this before, is that all of these numbers are subject to change. That's kind of like one of the core mechanics of the game is as we play this game, each of these numbers are going to fluctuate, where we're going to be like solving some problems but making some things worse, or creating new problems for ourselves.
Right, so,
remember, the point was to live out the final days of a kingdom. So it's kind of written into the game concept.
Yeah. Oh, and I do want to say really quickly, too, that I've kind of been tweeting back and forth with one of the game designers, Hannah Schaefer, on Twitter, and she mentioned to me that they're actually working on another version, a new edition of Questlandia that includes rules for playing in a campaign. So typically, you play in 1 or 2 sessions, you play out the final days of the kingdom, and then you move on. But they're coming up with rules for if you wanted to play like a long-spanning campaign in your kingdom after you build it, you'll be able to do so eventually with Questlandia. So I think that's really
awesome. And somebody adapted the rules for Noir Feel, so they have a Noirlandia as well.
Yes, I saw that. I think that's really cool. So I might end up picking that up at some point too. So
clever.
All right, what's next, guys?
Okay, so next, so we've established all of our threats. The next thing that we're going to do, according to this, is features and norms.
This is my favorite part.
This is a great part. This part is a little bit more free form, but not without its own rules. So essentially, based off of what we've just been talking about, we're going to start throwing out ideas, like basically the big bullet points of this kingdom, the norms and the things that exist within the world that make it what it is. Or basically, this is like the main crux of the world building. Some things to note is that once you have put out an idea and it's been accepted, you cannot put out another idea until everyone else has contributed. And also, everybody has the power of veto. If anybody doesn't want to have a norm or a feature within the kingdom, for whatever reason, you don't even have to give your reasons. You can just say, I veto it, and we all agree to respect that and move on.
Okay.
And I'm going to use it, too, because it's in the rules.
Yes, exactly.
Watch out.
Actually have a norm or a feature, if you all don't mind if I go first.
Throw it out there, man.
So this is kind of based off of, just because, like, so this whole thing of, like, culture and wealth and stuff like that made me think about, okay, what kind of place is this? And I'm kind of like, so recently I went to go see the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra, and it made me think of, I was just watching The Conductor, and I was so like enthralled by that, and I was thinking of these old composers, and I'm thinking that magic in this, so there is magic in this world, and is kind of handled by maestros. Like magic is almost like a composed art. Different courts and people are looking to patronize and bring these maestros into their court to basically compose big spells. And they're almost, and it's not like spells being thrown left and right. They're big and they take time, and they're masterpieces and they're masterworks.
I love that.
So sort of like that, it's a little, that's, you know, it's a lot of things I threw in there, but that's kind of my overall feeling about that.
Yeah, no, I really like that idea, and I love the word maestro too for magic people and having them be very in demand. I think that's really cool. Awesome.
What if the magic and the musical nature of it, what you're describing, is intertwined in the society as a whole? What if the society is run by, the kingdom is run by, maybe it's a dual monarchy, tremolo and vibrato, the tremolo and the vibrato, which are the two kind of hierarchs of the kingdom.
I love that.
You can feel free to veto it if you want. If that's too high magic.
I like it.
No,
what would be the differences between those two things? What would sort of their diarchy look like?
So in music, well, it should be based on what they actually are. So vibrato will be the slight raising and lowering of pitch, the slight adjustment of pitch, excuse me. And then the tremolo would be the same thing, but with volume. So it'd be higher and lower and higher and lower, I think.
Right.
It's been a while. Man.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's a neat idea, and we can definitely, what we can do is, you can come back and expand upon this, and also later on we do what's called taking ownership of these different things, and that can be something that is just expanded upon later by whoever is taking ownership of that aspect. So I really like that. That's cool.
And another thing I like really quick before you go, I know I'm not allowed to interrupt you, is you said kingdom is ruled by tremolo and vibrato. The cool thing about that, I like that simple sentence because anyone else can build off of that and just change it. You know, what I said doesn't matter. What you wrote matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this way.
So I'm going to try and I've got some thoughts on the magic and the musical magic, but I'm going to try and veer away from that a little bit and expand upon maybe something else in the kingdom. And what I'm thinking is that this, because you also want to think about what the kingdom looks like physically, the geography of it, what sort of terrain and environment it's in. And so I imagine that this kingdom is maybe a oasis. So I imagine that the world as a whole is very desert, it's very badlands, very craggy, dry, arid, but this particular kingdom is situated in a large oasis. So I imagine lots of water, lots of trees and greenery, but at the same time, it's like cloudless blue sky, and if you go a few miles outside of the city, it's just desert in all directions. What do you guys think about that?
I love it.
Cool.
I guess. No, I love it. Absolutely.
So now that we've all contributed something, we basically do another round. Now, it's kind of suggested that you have at least 9 of these things because it really fleshes out the world the most. But we'll probably do like another round and then we'll open it up. So I have another idea. This is more of an aesthetic quality to it, which is I'm thinking that the sort of visual aesthetic and the feel is very Baroque. It's it's kind of like, it looks like that's sort of the technology, not maybe the technology, but definitely like everyone's wearing sort of waistcoats and big wigs, like guys are wearing powdered wigs, and the art is really resplendent and just so much just crazy, like really intricate designs. really showing off wealth and opulence.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like a aesthetic quality I'm thinking.
Yeah, I really like that idea, and I like it especially in the middle of a desert, like in this oasis, kind of having that dichotomy between the fact that it's in the middle of a desert and also just this, the powdered wigs and the big, the big outfits and things like that, this sort of opulence that you're talking about. I really like that.
Yeah. And there's like a little bit of like something like Baroque is like, it's like a little bit mixed with like a classical aesthetic of like Roman columns and stuff like that. And so it's kind of like a take on maybe like what was past, like maybe there was a greater civilization here and they're heightening it to an absurd degree almost.
Yeah, no, I love that. Very cool. All right, cool. Barker.
Okay, I'm trying to think. I like the idea that creates even a further dichotomy between the rich and the poor, because you have this place which it's if you are impoverished in this location, in a desert location, you're going to be dirtier. You're going to live in harder conditions than maybe if you were living in another environment. So there should be tiers of kind of like I don't want to say caste system because I don't want to get that specific, but there are tiers where certain people live closer to the oasis. And then there are rings, maybe. Yeah, there are rings outward from the oasis where the different classes live. And the more further out you go, the more it's more of a kind of a wretched hive of scum and villainy kind of feel.
Yeah. Okay. So the closer you get to the Badlands, that's, the neighborhoods get a little bit dirtier, dingier, less opulent. And then as you get inward towards the center of the city, towards the sort of the nexus of this oasis where there's plenty of water and greenery and things like that, that's where sort of the rich dwell.
The one thing I would add in there is because revolution and civil unrest is so high for us, I would even say that the city or the kingdom is divided into I don't know. I was going to say divided into two classes. Because that would maybe explain why so many people are rising up.
Yeah, so I like that idea.
Cool.
All right, cool. So back around to me. Let me think. So we've got this class division. We've got an idea of what the city looks like, what the kingdom looks like. We've got an idea about the magic. What I'm thinking is that I like the idea of magic always being tied to music. And we have these maestros, these trained magic users who are employed by the rich and the wealthy. What if we had our sort of untrained magic users, like buskers, like people making music on the streets, peddling for coin, but it's technically, I don't know if it would be illegal necessarily, but I like the idea that in order to actually practice magic, you need to be like trained, licensed. Like you need to go to Berkeley School of Music in order to actually do magic. And these are guys that are like, garage bands basically playing music out on the streets. What do you guys think about that?
That's great. So more specifically, it's basically like outside of the maestros, there's also the trying to think what it's more in your control, like what it's called, but these ones, the self-trained, the self-taught.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think of like a cool word for them because I love maestro, and like the word that springs to mind is like, yeah, troubadour is good. I like troubadour. That kind of goes with this sort of Baroque sort of thing. Let me see if I can spell troubadour without looking it up. You know what? I wasn't too far off. I had that right there, and I would have been good. So troubadours are untrained magic users. I'm going to put buskers, garage band.
I'm going to wait for Matt to write all this out before I veto it. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what the hell? Yeah, I really like that idea, and I could see a character in this kingdom who is a one of these troubadours who ends up like, I don't know, like a noble person is walking past and they hear this busker playing a lute or something on the street, and they're like, holy shit, I want you to come play at my house. And he's like, well, I'm not a maestro. And he's like, I don't care. Like, just come play at my house. And like, it's like the first time that a troubadour has been able to be able to play in like a nobleman's house or whatever. I just like that idea. That's really cool. So
that's really sweet.
All right, cool. Let's go back around here.
Yeah. And at this point, like, we don't have to all do something because that's the thing in this game, is that there's always going to be us adding things. Totally. But I have an idea, and this is almost like a location, and I think that this can come up at this point. I don't know. Yeah, I think this is fine.
You can come up with a location, I think, right?
Yeah, because then there's a part that's like map making later, but we can probably add this into the map later, and that's totally. I think that, okay, so if there is this training, then a place that's going to have a lot of power and would almost be like one of those places that almost has, you could be argued that it has more power over both tremolo and vibrato, is the conservatory, capital C.
Yeah.
And the conservatory is this academic institution. It's basically, it would be called like the conservatory of the highest art, because magic is the highest art. They there is art, but magic is the top tier. It doesn't matter, low art, high art, you don't get any better than magic. And so the conservatory is like the training ground for this place, like the Meister Citadel in Game of Thrones.
I love it. That's really cool. I imagine that this is one of the buildings like in the center of the city. Like it's like maybe even dead center, like right in that sort of center of the oasis there. So I really like that. Very cool. All right. Barker, do you have a third thing for you?
I have one more. There's going to be something called root rot, and it's going to be some sort of disease. I don't know yet, but I'm going to throw the name out there.
I love that. That's really cool. And I like that root rot. It could be like a plant thing, or you could take it in a musical direction, which I really like.
Oh, you really can. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah,
okay.
Like the root, the root of the note, or the root of the,
dude, that could be a math disease. Like
square root disease.
Square root rot.
Square root rot. I like that. Okay, so again, we don't all have to come up with something, but I like that we each have an equal amount of things in here. So I'm going to try and come up with my third thing here.
Veto.
Vetoed. I veto the idea that Matt gets a third thing.
I don't even have to explain it.
I'm going to throw something a little wild and crazy out there. I really like the idea that there are magic carpets, and I think that sort of fits in with the Baroque sort of feel. Like I imagine these very like, just these very detailed, like classical looking rugs that have these very sort of opulent designs on them. And I imagine that the magic carpet would be like the main sort of the chief form of transportation for the wealthy. And mostly I just love the mental image of a maestro showing up at somebody's house on a magic carpet with their instrument in tow and just being like, where do I set up? Like, I just really like that idea. So unless somebody vetoes it, I'm putting it in here.
You can put it in there. I also like the idea of like massive carpets that multiple people get on to like fly a large group of people to a different place. It's like the Blind Company. They do that in that series.
Oh, really? I love that. That's really cool.
Great.
Okay, yeah. So we've got our 9 kingdom features and norms. That's sort of the recommended number, as Aaron was saying. And right now we've got a kingdom in a desert. It's situated in an oasis. It's got problems with unrest and a little bit of problems with health and sickness. We've got these magic users called maestros, which are these highly trained musical artists that create these magical symphonies and compositions. We have some sort of ruling body known as the tremolo and the vibrato. Overall, it's got kind of a Baroque look and feel with sort of classical hints there, these big Roman columns and things like that. We have 2 distinct classes of people. We also have troubadours, which are sort of unlicensed, untrained magic users. There's some sort of college in the kingdom called the conservatory, which is where the maestros go to train. We've got an issue with a disease called root rot, and everyone gets around on magic carpets. So far, it's feeling pretty awesome, feeling pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah, I love it.
So where do we go from here?
My favorite part of this game, literally the best thing that has come out of this game, which is languages and name.
Oh, I love this.
This is my favorite mechanic probably my favorite mechanic that has come out of this year of gaming. So, and I'm going to use it for everything.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So basically what we do is we go around and we each contribute, much in the same way like this worked. We each contribute a syllable. And these are just, it could be, we can play around with it. It can be just one syllable sounds. It could be, you could play around with it and maybe have like an iya or an oa or something like that in there. It can be loose, but basically what we're going to do is we're going to create a pool of syllables that are basically the seed of our language. And also out of those syllables, we are going to make the name of our kingdom and also use it as inspiration for names for our characters.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
It's really cool. It's so simple, and like it's one of those things where I was reading the book and I got to the language section and I was like, that's so simple and so like just brilliant. Like I had no idea like why I hadn't thought of that before. And I love it. It's a really cool way to like collaborate on what words sound like in your kingdom. So yeah, let's do it. So let's just like, you want to do it round table like we did with the kingdom features and norms?
Works for me.
Sounds
okay,
good.
Cool. Well, let's go in reverse order then. Which I guess would be
I guess would be you.
I
Matt.
guess would be me first.
Weird.
And I will throw out, let's go with Lar. Okay, Barker.
Pax.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Aaron.
Ear, YR.
Ooh, cool. I've already got a cool kingdom name, Lar Pax here. Let's go with T. Parker?
Co.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Aaron?
I'm going to be the first person to cheat and say EO, IO.
Oh, nice.
Very cool. I'm going to throw in Vez. All right, Parker?
Shock. SHAK.
Aaron?
I'll do. I'm gonna cheat again. Yell. IEL.
Okay. Let's go around one more time. I'm gonna put in. Let's see.
How many do we do? 8 to 10? Or does it matter?
I'm sure there's a reference somewhere. Let me check.
This reference sheet is great, but doesn't have any of the simple things on it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna put in do
8 to 10.
you. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3. 4.
Perfect. You can do the last one. That's perfect, right?
Oh, so that's the last one? Okay, cool.
Well, that's 10 if you want.
1,
I mean, we can
2,
go
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, that's 10.
I don't think it'll hurt us to do 2 more. I think we'll be fine.
Let's do 2 more.
Yeah, let's not get a little crazy, guys. A little crazy with the syllables here.
All right, Barker.
Oh, it's my. Oh crap.
It is.
I've done. What do we have? Lar, Pax, Co, Io, Vez. I'm gonna do. If we have shock, we'll do shun. SHUN.
Very cool. All right, Aaron, let's do the last one.
Let's do Oath, OTH.
Very cool. So we've just created sort of like the root of the language here in the kingdom. And like Aaron was saying, this is what we'll use to decide on our kingdom name. And also when it comes time to create our characters, we'll sort of derive inspiration from these syllables and create some cool names using those. So I really love it. It's really neat. So what do we do now? I think we pick a kingdom name, maybe?
That we can choose our syllables, right? I'm not sure exactly how this is done, but we can change things as we go, add syllables to the name. So I'm not sure if it's time sensitive that we pick the name now. Well, it might be.
I mean, it's generally in the way that the book's laid out. It says to do that at this step, but I mean,
okay. No, let's do it.
If we don't feel comfortable with that right now, that's cool.
No, I'm good with picking it right now.
Let's do it.
All right. I think that we can also safely assume, we don't have to put it in the list, that any of the syllables that are in vibrato and tremolo.
Definitely, yeah. Maestro, any of that kind of stuff is, I say, up for grabs for sure.
Okay, so basically, this is just very free form. We don't go in turns picking a different syllable unless we want to do it like that. But for the name, but I think we can come to the consensus of like what's the coolest.
Yeah,
there is a. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
I really like this YR here, and I would like to utilize that in the name it's somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
Could be Uriel, YRIEL.
I love that. Yep.
Now, how about? Oh, okay, cool.
No. Throw it in there, Barker.
Well, I was going to say there's a term called Pax Americana, which is really cool. Is there any way we could work it so like it doesn't have to be so Pax is a first word like Pax Iriel, Pax Irieloth? Nah, I don't know.
Like in our language, that could mean like the piece of, and like this could be like a figure, maybe like the person who, and maybe I'm adding a feature now, but like the person who, this is like the legacy of a person who like led these people out of the desert, or this is like a peaceful place.
Yeah.
So like the piece of Iriel, Pax Iriel is, or Irieloth, like
Yeah, I like Pax Iriel. I like Pax Irieloth. Like maybe I really like what you're talking about, Aaron. Like maybe Uriel is like kind of like a historical important figure, and the Pax and the Oth here are sort of like it does mean something. It means the place that Uriel found or whatever, just like whatever it means in our language. I really like that idea. So are you guys cool with Irieloth, or do you want to keep it to Pax Iriel?
I'm cool either way. I like that. You picked the YL, right? Wait, or YR?
Yeah.
I like both too, and I can't decide which one I like better.
Oh, I see.
I think I like, if it was just Irieloth, I would like Irieloth better, but because it's Pax Iriel, I sort of like that a little bit better, I think.
Okay. I like that too. Pax Irielo?
Yeah.
No, that sounds like a cereal. I'm gonna eat some Irielos.
Irielos. No, I really like Pax Iriel. I think that's kind of a cool, very unique, distinct sounding name. So I think we'll go with that. Pax Iriel.
Awesome.
The kingdom of Pax Iriel in the desert of Scaramouche. I don't know. But anyway. All right. So we got our kingdom.
In the desert of Lar Paxirticoil Shakil.
Exactly.
In the common tongue.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what do we got next? What do we do now?
Okay, so the next part is initial ownership. So this is the part where we're going to go over every aspect or every norm and feature that we have created at this point, and we're going to take initial ownership of things. And we could just go through one round of this and just have 3 ownership, or we can maybe own each of us own 2 things at this point. The point is that this game is, one of the core mechanics of this game is that throughout the game we're going to be taking ownership, because it's not a free for all at this point as to like who can add to what, like who can like define each aspect. It's going to become the job of the person who owns those things to really make the creative decision about those features and norms.
Right. Basically, if a question comes up about these things, whoever has ownership of that thing will be able to answer the question and expand upon it. And it's just it's a nice, simple way to keep it from totally being just a free for all at all times, like Aaron was mentioning. So.
Also, you can it always goes way, way back. The furthest back it goes is the person who kind of came up with the idea in the first place sometimes. So if, Matt, we didn't clarify who owned the Desert Badlands, because that was your idea, the Oasis Kingdom surrounded by desert Badlands, if we had to go into a greater description of the Badlands, that would be your ownership because you came up with it first.
Okay, cool.
Right.
So,
change that.
So basically, we don't have to take ownership of all of this, correct, Aaron? It's just we just pick a couple things.
I would say at this point, whatever people are feeling the most passionate about, or they think they have a lot of ideas about, it doesn't have to be the thing that you created. Like you could be feeling like really froggy about somebody else's idea. I say, I don't care what order I think just whoever has like a strong opinion at this point, go ahead.
Okay. You know what? I would kind of like to take ownership of the root rot. I don't know why, but I feel really drawn to that. So Barker, if you're cool with that, I would like to take ownership of that.
I'm cool with that if I can take over the troubadours.
You certainly can. I was actually hoping that you would. So, and I'll get rid of I just had our names here to make sure that we were all getting a thing. I'll get rid of those so it's not confusing, because now it says Barker, root rot, disease, Matt.
Could you do me a favor, and when you write my name, Barker, next to Troubadours, could you lowercase b and uppercase the rest of my name?
Yeah, definitely. So here we go. Ready? Why isn't that working? There we go. That just looks so terrible. I'm sorry.
That's how I wanted it.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it. It's B-Aka. All right, so I have taken ownership of the root rot, and Mbaka has taken ownership of the troubadours. So, Aaron, what would you like ownership of?
The only thing that I did, because I had an idea about the magic carpets, and I don't know like how deep it's gonna go, but I just have this cool idea about magic carpets, so I'm just gonna say magic carpets for right now.
You got it. Nice. That's all yours. Okay.
You want to go around one more time, or just
let's go around one more time. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I am going to do. I would like to take the. Man, you know what? I'm actually not going to take ownership of anything else. Oh, Barker, I put you in the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put you right here.
Oh,
I will actually take ownership of the sort of class system.
Okay, cool.
I'll do that. All right, Barker.
Well, this thing isn't in the list, so it might mean we add it. But if it's not opposed, I have some ideas about, or I think I might have some ideas about the revolution that's brewing.
Okay.
So
would we just add that to the list then?
Yeah, so there's a revolution.
We're gonna.
Cool.
We're gonna call it. No, just revolution. I'll think of some.
Okay, cool. But you have ownership. You guys. So if we have any questions about revolution stuff, it's all you, and that's good because I'm sort of handling the disease stuff, which is one of our problems, and then Barker will take ownership of the revolution.
I'm really torn between taking ownership of the different factions or of magic. I guess I'll just go with what I have a specific idea for, and I'll just say I'll take ownership of the magic.
You got it.
In this camp, in this set.
Cool.
And I'm not opposed to you also taking ownership of the factions, the tremolo and the vibrato, if you have ideas for them.
Nothing comes to mind right now, so I'm going to wait until somebody actually has like a really cool idea.
Sounds like a plan. All right, so we have taken ownership of a few of the features and norms that are calling to us. We've got our language. I think we're getting to the end of the kingdom building portion, I believe, right?
We are. We're pretty much at near the end. actually, yeah, that's the end of Kingdom. Now we're going to focus on characters.
Oh, fun!
And part of this is also going to add to the world as well. But here we go. So the first part of making characters, we're going to draw cards. And we're going to draw a number of cards equal to the number of players plus 1. So 4. That way nobody's like stuck with anything. There's always like options.
There's always a choice, yeah.
Okay.
And the way that and so basically, and maybe we'll make notes of this. So what Barker's going to do is he's going to draw 4 cards, and for each card he's going to tell us the value on the card and the color on the card. The value corresponds to different like jobs within the different identities within the kingdom.
Right.
And the color represents whether the character is lucky or unlucky, which goes towards a bigger mechanic in the game.
Nice.
Cool. Okay. Awesome.
Okay. So the first thing, based on my chart, is an academic who's lucky, a lucky academic.
Okay.
The second one would be an unlucky merchant. I think we're doing this correct.
Yeah.
The next one we have is lucky royalty.
Ooh, interesting.
And the last one is lucky messenger, a lucky messenger. And I believe now for each card, roll a die and place that die on top of the card. So
yes.
Aaron's gonna roll. Are you gonna
roll the
first there,
okay.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'll roll the first die, and I'll just go down just do it in order.
Perfect.
All right. So, for academic, his drive, and this is going to represent their drive. This is their overall like driving.
Right.
Throughout the game, each character's actions will be governed by a core desire. So that's exactly what this is. So
cool.
Number 6, which for the lucky academic means honor or glory.
Ooh, cool.
All right. For our merchant, 3, which is change progress.
Okay. Very cool.
Okay. Another change progress.
All right, and our last one.
Progress.
Wow. We've got a lot of.
There's a lot of civil unrest.
Yeah, exactly. This ties into the revolution for sure. Okay, so we've got 4 characters here. We've got a lucky academic whose drive is honor and glory, an unlucky merchant whose drive is change and progress, lucky royal, change and progress, and lucky messenger, change and progress. So now I think we kind of divvy these characters up, yeah?
Yeah, so now what we do is, we snatch the characters that we want. I don't know if there's a way that we do it in order. Choose character that speaks to you. Like feels strongly about the same card, then you flip a coin.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't. I don't think it gives us an order, so we can just go for it.
So I'm feeling very drawn to the oh man, now I'm not so sure. I was drawn to the messenger, but now I'm like thinking about the merchant, and I'm kind of liking the merchant.
Oh, dude.
I'm
gonna leap on the merchant and make it easier for you. How about that?
Okay,
Unless you want to flip a coin battle for it.
Oh, dude, you take it. You take it.
Okay.
Any of these calling to you, Aaron?
Well, here's my. I was thinking lucky academic because I think it would be a great way to feature this conservatory and thing that we talked about. But I'm also liking the idea of a lucky royal because of the tremolo vibrato thing.
Yeah.
And like the change in progress might be not necessarily caring about the people, but wanting to maybe one house is doing better than the other, and he wants to flip the script.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of political intrigue going on.
So yeah, I'm thinking, unless you're really feeling strongly about one or the other, I'm going to go lucky royal.
Okay, you got it.
Cool.
I'm gonna be a bastard.
Awesome, dude. Awesome. So I kind of want to go with academics so that we can, so like you're saying, we can sort of delve into the maestros and the conservatory. I think it'd be a bummer if we didn't get into that.
Yeah.
At the same time, the messenger would potentially be riding on a magic carpet, which I want to explore as well. So,
well, the merchant could also use the magic carpet if that's your motivating factor.
That is true. That is true. I think I'm going to go with the academic because I do want to explore the maestros and the conservatory. So I'm going to go with the lucky academic who strives for honor and glory. And we're going to go ahead and just get rid of this lucky messenger here.
Wait, do we get rid of him, or does the messenger become an NPC?
No, but I mean, if you want to, it can be in the back of your mind that maybe there's a lucky messenger, but the rules say that you can just throw out the character.
Awesome.
You just throw him in the trash, right in the garbage pail.
Right in the garbage.
Right in the garbage.
All right. Hail. So basically what so we're all of us except for Barker are lucky. So basically because I'm lucky and because Matt are lucky is lucky, we get fortune tokens. So I don't know if there's somebody keeping track of.
Oh, I can do that. I will keep track of that on a little index card here. Let me grab one. I am grabbing an index card from the pile of index cards that Barker left at my house when we played Microscope.
Oh, nice.
Flop.
I've still got them. All right, so I'm just going to keep track. So we've got Aaron, Barker, and Matt. And so we both start out with 1 fortune?
Yeah, you and I start off with 1 fortune, and Barker starts off with a misfortune.
Okay, cool.
And
I want the messenger.
You do?
No, I'm kidding. I said I want the messenger.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Well, I think so. Basically, just to explain to the audience for the fortune and misfortune, the epilogue of this game. If you think of something like Fiasco, which has that sort of ending epilogue, depending on like what kind of dice you've collected is good or bad. At the end of the game, we alternate between fortune and misfortune tokens to tell how our story ended up for us.
Very cool.
If it ends in fortune, then it's good for us and good for the kingdom. And if it's bad misfortune, then it's bad for us and it's bad for the kingdom. Okay, so that's kind of like the competitive or gamey element of the game.
Totally.
All right. So now we do name, appearance, 2 traits, and a weakness. So name is going to be based off of those syllables that we came up with, plus the ones we kind of agreed are defaults because of maestro and tremolo and vibrato.
Right.
And and so I mean I don't like we could just do this by turns. I think like we can just keep we could just do all this character creation out in the open, unless you want to like each go to our own little corners and.
No, I'm good with doing it out in the open. If we just want to go one at a time and pick our stuff here, I think that'd be good. If we just want to go down the line here.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, cool. So I need a name.
Mm-hmm.
I need traits, and I need a weakness. Correct?
Physical appearance.
Oh, yep. Okay, cool. So name, I'm actually thinking Vezio. Vezio is going to be my name, Vezio, which is very maestro sounding, if I do say so myself. And then the traits are there's actually predetermined traits in the book that I can pick from, correct?
Correct. You select 2 traits from, there's a list. I don't know what's the best way to display this.
Oh, got it. I got it.
Gotcha.
Page 31.
Yeah, page 31.
So our friends at home can see this is what people are looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a little table. It's just got little descriptors in there.
I ordered my physical copy today.
Oh, nice. I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick highbrow.
Ooh.
And notorious. I think he's fairly well known among the maestros of Pax Iriel. Vezio, the maestro. And now I get to pick a weakness.
Choose a weakness, yeah.
And the weaknesses are interesting because they're sort of like, they're not necessarily weaknesses as you would normally think of them. They're what your character does when they get overwhelmed or when the going gets bad. What do they do? Do they give up? Do they run away? Do they lash out at people? That sort of thing. So it's sort of an interesting take on how weaknesses work.
Yeah, and like and besides like helping you role play, it's kind of like in the vein of Fate. These are all of these things are kind of like things that you can sort of tag to either help or hinder you. And in the case of weakness, you can do to also get rerolls, but it makes you even worse in that regard.
Yeah, definitely.
So there's 6 weaknesses.
Yeah. I'm feeling drawn to give in, seeking comfort in sex, food, alcohol, or drugs. Like that just seems like if I'm kind of like a haughty sort of highbrow, notorious maestro here in Pax Iriel, I can imagine that if I get overwhelmed, I turn to hedonism. So that's what I'm going to go with. Is give in. And then physical appearance. So this is interesting. We didn't really talk about what sort of people are here in Pax Iriel. I imagine that we are humans because we didn't designate that we were non-humans.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to add something at this point. Like, I mean, once again,
true.
like these...
I could add something, yeah.
These norms are always in flux. And basically what you do is you choose 2, and there's no, like, list. You just put 2 things, like the first thing that somebody would notice about you once you entered a room. The most striking, obvious things about you.
Okay, cool. So I think that I have a braided goatee, and maybe that's a thing that people have here in Pax Iriel. I have a braided goatee, and let's think of something else. A braided goatee and a ring on each finger.
A bala.
Yeah, basically. Nice. Or maybe I want to, no, hang on. I'm a maestro. Maybe I want to think about what sorts of, something musical that I would have on me. A conductor's wand or an instrument or something like that.
Like a viola bow.
Yeah, so this is a good time for me to ask Aaron, who has ownership of magic. I'm going to ask Aaron, what sort of implements do the maestros use to make magic?
Well, I mean, I don't know if this guy's a maestro yet. If he's an academic, he's probably,
training, yeah.
My thought is that a specific thought I had is that a big thing within this world is apprenticeships, and like you're trying to always apprentice with like the best maestros. You're trying to get the best mentor. I think until then, what you have to do is you have to specialize in your own music, and this is how you prove yourself. And maybe different types of music have different magical qualities. So percussions are particularly evocative instruments that create, they can be destructive, or the piccolo can create little charms, things like that.
I love that. So I'm instantly thinking that maybe he is a drummer, and I'm thinking that maybe he has like a, what is it? I forget the name of it, but it's like it's a little drum. It's sort of shaped like it has like sort of 2 sides to it. You put it on the ground. It's got one drum head. You hit it with your hands. Not a bongo, but
a conga?
No, it's like it starts with a D. Drum.
Djembe?
Is it djembe?
Cajon?
Oh, the djembe is what I'm thinking of. The djembe.
Cool.
It's DJEMBE. And it's like it looks like a big cup, but it's a drum. So I think that he sort of carries a djembe around with him everywhere.
Nice.
So, and I love that I was able to, I didn't know what sorts of things a maestro or a maestro in training would have. And so what I did was I knew that Aaron had ownership of the magic thing. And so instead of just making something up, I was like, hey, Aaron, help me. Like, collaborative. What sorts of things would a maestro have? And that's just one of the cool things about this game that makes it just really fluid and flowy. So, okay, so I think that's all I need for my character. Correct, Aaron?
For right now, yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
All right, so now we're going down to Barker. So Barker, we need the same from you.
Okay, so we live in a place called Pax Uriel, and your name is Vezio. So I'm going to imagine that Uriel was a woman, and that El might be that sort of feminine suffix. And so Vezio will be the masculine, we'll say. So I'm going to be Irio, Yrio,
Very cool.
the magic carpet merchant.
Very nice.
And so, Aaron, what sort of, like, how big are these things? What sort of, if I'm selling magic carpets, what does my shop look like? What is my life?
Well, I think, if you're a merchant, you probably have like a very large room size, probably, depending on how good of a merchant you are and your cargo, a large sort of room size.
Unlucky.
Oh, you're unlucky. So I mean, yours is probably maybe a little tattered. What I was thinking about the rugs is that it's probably like one of the initial things that you have to learn as a maestro in training, and basically the musicians have to and the maestros have to these carpets. So initially they're just given simple loomed, solid, almost just blank beige carpets. Of varying sizes, and it creates different challenges for that magician. And depending on like the quality of the music and the quality of the magic that goes into it, that determines how intricate the patterns are, how lush and vibrant the colors, how just the beauty of the piece. Like, you know, there could be somebody that, if you give it to like a trained maestro and he like creates an orchestration for one single rug, it could be a tapestry of photorealistic images. If it's just a simple, you know, troubadour, he'll give you like a checkered pattern, something like that.
Oh yeah,
I love perfect.
That. So, I have to click on Matt. So I'm kind of like, those flag merchants that sell their flags on street corners. Like, you ever see it? Like, there's just like, they go out there and they set up their trailer and they have all these like strings and they hang all their flags and stuff.
It's basically clotheslines with flags.
Yeah, exactly. I'm that, but the magic carpets. Like, I'm that dude.
That's really cool.
Now, in terms of traits, I'm going to pick disabled and subversive. Disabled because I will have some sort of like blindness or muteness, but subversive because I deal with the troubadours and am actually working with these freelance musicians, right? Who are, many of whom are actually in on the revolution. They're kind of like the messengers. Back and forth, and so maybe I'm like a fence or something.
Ooh,
covered
cool.
as a blind or with a cane salesperson, a merchant of magic carpets.
Very cool.
Weakness, I think I probably cheat. I lie, I twist truths, I backstab, and I steal. That's, I'm already cornered against a wall, working in maybe seemingly criminal enterprises. Hope I'm not breaking the game by doing this.
Not at all, man.
It's like, you're not allowed to do that. Yes, I would cheat is my weakness.
Very cool. All right, and what about your physical appearance?
Physical appearance, the thing that people would notice about me is that my eyes are like opal white. They've just glazed over. And do I need two things?
Yeah, two things.
Okay, I will have a walking stick that is slightly too short, as if it belonged to someone much, much shorter than me.
Interesting. Okay, very cool. All right, so there's Barker's character, Irio, the magic carpet sales woman, right? Correct? You're playing a female?
Well, are you? Oh, I'm EO. So I don't know. I might have said it. Might have got confused.
Yeah, no, you said male because Vezio, if Vezio is a man, and we decided that Iriel is a female name. So
cool. All right, sweet.
Very cool. All right, Aaron, time to create your lucky royal character.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to create a lady.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually going to add a syllable to do this.
Ooh, cool.
So she has a title. So she's a member of the Tremolo family. I'm going to add the syllable A, which is the feminine version of ko, and her title is going to be Duca. So she's basically like a duchess essentially, Duca, and her full name is going to be I'm gonna see. What do you guys think is cooler, Lariel, Lariel, or Shakiel, Shakiel?
Shakiel is definitely cool.
Okay, Duca Shakiel.
Oh, that's such a cool name.
That's
so
dope.
Neat. I love that.
Yeah, and her traits are going to be commanding and she's going to be commanding and brawny.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, she's a strong, commanding figure. She's probably she's probably trained trained herself in the ways of the military. I think she's just recently come into inheriting her position as a duke from her recently deceased father, and she has, and because of like the political turmoil and because being in a high house, she's gonna have to know how to defend herself, and she always took to the sword in the rather than her I don't know. We don't know what the gender roles are here, but
right,
that's what she's going for.
Cool.
So weakness is going to be Barker.
The weakness that I picked was cheat. I would cheat.
Her weakness is going to be to lash out.
Okay, yeah.
So she's going to lose control, become violent, and rage.
Very cool. All right.
Her physical appearance is going to be... She is wigless. She does not wear a wig, which is not always considered proper.
Yes.
And she doesn't go for the lady styles of the large hairs with the bird cages in them and all that shit. And she gasp. And she she wields a famous rapier, and I'm trying to think. I'm going to try to name it with our syllables.
Yes.
Let's see.
See, and I love that because anything we need to name, we just scroll up to our little list of syllables here and just draw from those. I love it.
It's going to be called Shunti. Shuntee. T-E-E. Shunti.
What does it mean?
And that's it is language. It's not even it is a sort of an older tongue for
I don't even think you have to come up with it now, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I'm glad I have that in my mind.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a question I'm going to answer. And then I think that's it, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think that is it.
So now we're going to do a great thing that people are going to recognize from like Fate or other similar games, which is relationships, introductions and relationships. So so you should now have a bit of backstory for your character. Go around the table in any order, introduce your characters. So we've all been doing this together. I know that we've been kind of giving each other hints. Maybe we can just going to go around now and just give like an overall feeling that we know, things that we know about our characters. And then after that, it'll make it easier for us to establish relationships between each other, just so that we all know.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay, so my character is Vezio. He is studying at the Conservatory of the Highest Art, hopefully training to become a maestro. He considers himself to be highbrow, and he's a bit, he's garnered a bit of a reputation among the people of the conservatory, amongst his peers and his instructors. And what I'm thinking is that he is a lucky academic. I think that he comes from a long line of troubadours. He is the first in his family to actually make it into the conservatory, because he is so lucky and because he is fairly skilled at the magic arts. So he comes from one of the sort of lower families. He comes from the outer rings of the city and has been accepted into the conservatory. And so, yeah, he's a bit notorious. He's got a little chip on his shoulder. He's got something to prove, being from a lower class of citizen. And in that, he tends to give in to his sort of hedonistic ways here in the inner city, things that he was not able to afford or not able to indulge in, like food and drink. He indulges in to a fault here in the more opulent center of the city of Paxirial. In terms of physical appearance, I imagine that he is fairly dark-skinned because he has spent a lot of time outside, especially in his youth, working the streets as a musician, as a busker, a troubadour. And he has a long braided goatee, as is the style among his people. And he carries a djembe on his back. And I think that this drum is his father's. And so it is an old instrument, well-worn, well-used. Maybe some of his fellow students look down on him a bit, turn up their noses at his sort of ragged instrument, but he would not trade it for anything. So that is Vezio.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, Vezio.
Thank you.
I am Irio, and Irio exists in a very strange, precarious position physically in the realm. And I'm going to have to turn to Matt here, but I like the idea that Irio actually runs this large magic carpet stall, but it's just almost a large market in and of itself, and one half of it is on this noble side towards the oasis with all of these very elaborate starter rugs and other different a variety of more beautiful, more ornate, more expensive carpets, while on the other side of maybe this wall there's it's a more downtrodden. It's more, the carpets are a little bit cheaper, not only in price but in quality, and you get what you pay for. This area is located right on the border between this nobility ring and this kind of scum and villainy and impoverished ring. So Matt, what would that, since that's you, there's tiers, classes of people, what would this place be called between the two tiers? What would this merchant stall or something? Maybe a market town.
Let's see. So you're thinking like it's sort of like the border between the high class and the low class of people here in Paxirial. So
I imagine Irio can get from one side to the other easily because it's his shop.
Yeah. So let's say that this sort of inner ring between the between the high class and the low class areas of the kingdom. Let's call it the. I'm trying to think of like a musical term. Let's call it. Let's call it the pocket.
Okay, cool. I like that. Very cool.
So I'm going to make a little note here underneath this thing, and I'm going to say the pocket area between high class and low class areas.
Awesome. And that's why actually Irio is unlucky. It's because Irio has gotten himself into kind of a dilemma in which, and I'm not sure what the dilemma consists of truly yet, but where he is funneling information from both sides to the other in the midst of this revolution that's been brewing.
Okay, cool.
And so that's why he's subversive, and he would lie and twist truths to get out of things, because he's kind of painted into a corner.
Cool.
And we'll figure out more about that later. But he also has like darker skin. It's very, very wrinkled, almost like tanned in the sun from being outside all day selling these carpets. And I think that's it that I want to name now. I want to leave a lot of stuff kind of open for later as well.
Cool. All right. Aaron.
I think that I'm gonna, in doing this, I'm gonna add some things to the whole two family thing.
Yes.
Tremolo and vibrato. So the way I see it is that it's not necessarily that these are the de facto. Well, these are not always the it's not just given to them, but for all intents and purposes they are, because these are the two most powerful houses, and sort of the way that the government works is sort of a basically I forget what the name for this type of government is, but basically the nobles a representative body. It's kind of like a House of Lords situation, where all of the families come and meet, and they vote for who should take over the government, who should be the one making the top of that. And the top of the top of the sort of like the number one house is always called the Melodia.
Ooh.
And they're the ones that make all the big decisions. And then sort of second place is always, I guess it'd be Harmonia. And they're the ones who, they're sort of the dissenting opinion. They're the minority party. They're the one that gives voice to the minority opinion.
Very cool.
And it just so happens that the family that was, the tremolo that was up to sort of rule, and they'd been ruling for a long time, was Shakiel's father. And Shakiel died. And so that created a lot of unrest within the political structure. And so she is, and of course, which now led the vibrato becoming the Melodia. And so now she is convinced that her father was killed by the vibrato, or an agent of the vibrato. And so she is now kind of left in the position of ruling his house. She's lucky because in the sense that women don't usually take on leadership in this world, but she was an only daughter, and her father's sort of dying wish was that she have this that she take his place in court. And so now she has taken his place and his sword, and is ready to bring the mighty low.
Very cool. Awesome.
Very cool.
All right, so we've got a good bunch of characters here. I think this is probably a good time to take a little break. And when we come back, I think we're going to draw some connections between these characters and start the process of sort of playing out the final days of the Kingdom of Pax Uriel. So we're going to take a quick break. Stick around. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you're enjoying. And we'll be right back.
All right. How is everybody doing today? See, I wonder if you're going to be able to see me or if you're stuck on Matt's. Let's see. We'll see. Oh, nope, you're stuck on Matt's. That's okay. All right, let's take a look. A lot of people in the chat. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
We are. Hey, what's going on, Aaron?
Well,
so far, so good. This is really kind of cool.
It's great. I'm really this. Yeah. I mean, this is something like I'm excited to explore. You know.
Yes. Yes. You dashing knave. Hello, Rob. You're the dashing knave. Well, I don't mean, isn't knave like an insult? What does the knave mean? Like imbecile? What would you say knave means, Aaron?
Knave.
Mm-hmm.
In Shakespeare's time, it would have been an insult, sort of a foolish, naughty person, sort of the opposite of a knight. He was supposed to be honorable and chivalrous.
I take it back. Rob is basically calling it as he sees it. Ain't mad. All right, that's me. Opposite knight. Your character is a certified pre-owned carpet salesman. Yes. Magic carpet. Difference in the manufacturer's suggested retail price. If it's a magic carpet, it gets a little bit of a bump. You also have to have a license, theoretically. So the next thing that we're supposed to do is establish our relationships now that we've known our characters, right?
Correct. It's going to basically, you know, the official rules say each character to the left and right of you, but there's 3 of us, so everyone gets a relationship. So with everyone. So
nice. Barker, what made you choose your character weakness? The weakness was cheat, lie, twist truths, backstab, steal. I feel like there's a big kind of criminal nature to this character, and I think that fit. Lying and twisting truths. I feel like when you remember when you were like, I almost said like when you were a kid. It could have been last Tuesday for a lot of people. Like when you were like telling a lie and someone found out and you just lied more and you dug it deeper and deeper and deeper until like there's no way out. I imagine that's exactly what Irio would do.
just like one weaves a carpet, one would say.
Exactly.
Ooh.
It's like poetry.
It is.
It is poetry.
All right, you guys want to get back to it?
Yes.
All right. So, what do we do next, Aaron?
Well, like we create relationships, and in the rules it would say the person to the left and right of you, but there's 3 of us, so we're just creating relationships with each other.
Okay, cool.
And this is pretty freeform. It's basically, once again, using those veto rules and just making sure that whatever it is mutually agreeable. And so what I would say is we would just go down the line, and then each person kind of has a collabo session with each other.
Yeah.
And sort of a duo.
That sounds good to me. So, I guess that'll start off with Vetsio here. So what I'm thinking is that Vetsio probably knows Irio because, Barker, like you were mentioning, Irio kind of has a foot on both sides of the sort of class system that we have going here in our kingdom. And so maybe could it be that Irio helped Vetsio get into the conservatory?
Yeah, I think absolutely that would be the case. How do you think Irio would have been able to do that?
Maybe you had a favor that you could call in or some strings that you could pull.
threads per se, some
some poppet threads.
Just a quick little thing on my part, just what I was thinking about is that, I mean, if you are somebody that has the magic skill or at least is learning it, you also have a beneficial relationship with something that Irio needs as well, which is enchanted carpets. So
true. So maybe it was one of these things where it was like Irio was like, I can pull some strings. I know some people on the other side of this wall. I can get you in. I could potentially get you a meeting with people from the conservatory, but in return, if you get in there, we got to work together on some carpets here, because these carpets ain't gonna stitch themselves. They're magical. So I like that idea that there's a bit of a give and take there. Makes
yep. Super down. Hold on.
Make carpets for Irio?
Vetsio makes carpets, or get someone to make carpets for Irio. I like that. So now I would choose my relationship with Duca, or would I go back to you?
Or we can let Matt figure out his relationship with the Duca, or
do that. Yeah, that's probably easier. Do them two birds.
Well, what I'm thinking is that Irio, you come up with your relationship with Duca, and then once we get to Aaron can come up with Duca's relationship with Vetsio. That way, we all get a chance to come up with a little relationship.
That's
cool.
Great.
All right.
So Barker, how does Irio know Duca?
Duca is on to Irio. Duca realizes that many of these carpets might not be actually magical. They might just be frauds. And so the Duca Shakiel is in a very powerful position, correct? I mean, the Duca is among the top tier. So maybe perhaps through some around the bush fashion, Duca Shakiel is maybe sending her powers that be to figure out the truth, or to stop Irio's conniving and criminal enterprises.
I'm trying to think, like, what is it? Because my initial thought with this character is, oh, she's going to be a plotting Cersei Lannister type, but she's actually a little bit more of a warrior, more of a and so I don't know if, like, the way that, because my first thought was like, okay, so if she knows that he's helping, because you said, Barker, that Irio is supplying subversive elements.
Well, how about this? How about I am supplying you elements to help you quash this rebellion that's been brewing, and in return, I can call in favors such as, hey, I have a friend that needs to go to the conservatory, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think that would definitely make sense, that there's somehow, like, your connection to Vetsio is still kind of connected to me, because I have the money and the name to patronize. And this can also bring Matt into the conversation here. It's like, if we're going by this old school Baroque, 1600s, 1700s, look at kind of stuff, you need a patron, and that's what the noble houses are in the business of. Awesome. And so, the Duca would be interested, would want a reason to patronize and basically pay for your tuition at the conservatory. But in Barker's case, I'm trying to think, like, what, because that's the one thing that and this is what I want to ask you about, Barker, because you've taken over the rebellion aspect of this kingdom. That's something that I really, and for something that is actually, like, the most prevalent threat for us right now. I feel like I know about it the least and know very little about that. So what would you say is the... Tell me about the rebellion.
Okay, cool. So I imagine it has to do with water. You know, the most important resources in this area is the oasis, is the water, and water is just not reaching the outer rings. These people, this rebellion started as a grassroots movement and slowly became something either called, it'll be called the Broken Cleft. That's what it'll be called. And basically, the Broken Cleft was formed from troubadours that had looked around themselves and didn't like what they saw and decided to change it. And they've done it via subversive freedom fighting and kind of stealing Robin Hood techniques, stealing from the wealthy, giving to the impoverished. And it is grown into a large revolt called the Water Rebellion. And or maybe there's something cooler. I don't know. But that it's based on the natural resource of water, and it started as a grassroots movement among these kind of renegade freelance musicians who are operating or playing and using their magic without the constraints of the conservatory.
Cool. I took note of that. Sorry, I had to step away for a second, so I may have missed the connection that you decided between Shakail and Irio.
Well, actually, it's something I'm still kind of figuring out right now. Something that we were talking about was that there might be sort of a mutual connection between the three of us, which kind of like centers around you a little bit, which is that, you know, if he thinks that he can get you into the conservatory or has connections in the conservatory as the noble, and if we're going by like this kind of like the feeling of that Baroque period, like it's like I'm the patron, like I can patronize
Right.
and pay for and kind of be the sugar mama to different artists,
Yeah.
and cohorts. So my question is why I would do that for Irio. I like the idea that it's tied to my knowledge of his work for the rebellion. And you decided, Barker, that you're supplying the troubadours, the Broken Cleft?
Yeah, either way, I imagine I'm just caught up in some sort of subversive activity. So trading secrets to both sides, or maybe you've got something on me, so you make me give you secrets about the other side, or you force us to work together, so on and so forth.
All right. So what I'm going to my overall drive is change and progress.
Yeah.
So for me, what I'm going to want is, you know, I think that I definitely, part of that involves bringing the vibrato low. So what I think what it's going to do is I'm going to seek information. Iria is going to be a source of information for me about the Broken Cleft. And I don't know what I want to do with that information yet. I don't know if they're allies or if I want to prove the worth of Tremolo and bring them down. I just know that I'm using Irio for information. And the way that we know each other, I think, is just that you've helped supply my sort of household in the past, especially from like the guards. Like I imagine sometimes there are like battles on magic carpets and stuff like that, and so maybe we've employed some of your carpets. So
Nice.
I'm a war profiteer in magic carpets.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, and I love the idea of the Broken Cleft, and I think that maybe as we go on here, you know, it might be cool to draw some connections between Vezio and the Broken Cleft as well, because again, he comes from a background of troubadours, and now he's sort of made it, but he doesn't want to leave his friends and his family behind. And so I think that we can kind of play with that as well.
Great.
Cool.
So I'm interested. So Matt, I don't know if we want to like just keep it where we kind of thought about with our relationship, but you know, do we want something deeper than I'm just your patron? Like maybe do I know you through Irio? How would I know you? Am I fulfilling the obligation that my father made to supporting you through the arts? Like, tell me about it.
Let's see. I keep going back to that mental image of someone noble coming through and seeing a troubadour and sort of recognizing the talent there. Potentially, maybe Shakail was maybe in that sort of outer ring for some reason, walking through, maybe noticed Vetsio or I don't know, maybe she got him in touch with Irio. Maybe she pulled some strings as well to get him into the conservatory. Another option is maybe, we talked about masters and apprentices. Maybe Vetsio has visited Shakail's household and performed there with his master.
Something that I would also consider, and this could go with sort of also our connection with Barker, is like I kind of mentioned that like drums can be this very warlike, possibly destructive implement. And if I'm like preparing for like an all-out battle with the vibrato, like maybe I need you to make a kick-ass carpet.
Okay, yeah.
Like yeah, like I there is a talent that I recognized within you, that there is something, and your expression of your magic for your character is totally up to you, Matt, but like maybe that there is something about the way you play the drums which is absolutely bombastic, and there's something there, and maybe that's something that I'm trying to capitalize on.
I really like that idea. Yeah, I'm definitely down with that. So there's just something about the way that Vetsio makes music and the way that he sculpts magic and creates magic. And you see the potential there for, like you're saying, change progress. You want to potentially unseat this other noble house. And so you're looking for the tools and the resources to be able to do that. And somebody like Vetsio definitely has something that you could use. So yeah, I like that.
On my end, and you don't have to like, and if you can like totally veto this, and it doesn't have to be shared, but I know on my end, I think that Shakiel there's a hidden admiration for you. If it's not, maybe it's feelings, romantic feelings, perhaps, but
okay, yeah,
like yeah, and it's not, and it's sort of because you're an artist and that's your place, and it's not really, you're not from the noble family, and you're from a band of troubadours, but she recognizes there's something about her art that beyond like what it can give her, there's something about your music that speaks to her speaks to her soul.
Okay,
and a lot of confused feelings there right now.
Definitely. Okay, cool. I really like that. Okay, awesome. So I feel like we've drawn some pretty good connections between the characters, and I think that is a good amount to go on, and we can of course draw more as the game goes on. So feeling pretty good about this. So where do we go from here?
We establish goals.
Oh, right. Yes. Cool.
So basically the goal is just after the relationships are in place, it's time to come up with your character's goal and obstacles. Your character goal is something big you'd like to accomplish. This is your life's work, your magnum opus, your loftiest hopes and dreams. Your goal should be something interesting that moves the story forward. To help your goal, to keep your goal relevant to the story, it should be connected to a character relationship, kingdom trouble, or your kingdom features and norms.
So I'm just going to jump in here, if that's okay. I think that Betsio's goal, I think, is I'm going to try and tie it here to the to Root Rot. I'm going to try and tie it to the Conservatory, the Troubadours, and the Tiers classes of people. Basically, I think that Root Rot is a disease that happens almost exclusively in the lower areas of the city. It's something that has been plaguing people for years in those areas, and they don't have access to the clean water and the medicine that they need to fight it. I think that, like I said, Vezio is like one of the first of his class to make it to the conservatory. I think his ultimate goal is to make it. I think he wants to be famous, and I think he wants to be wealthy, not for selfish reasons, but to be able to take care of his friends and his family that are still in the lower areas. So basically, his goal, put in simpler terms, would be, I want to pave the way for others like me.
Cool.
Basically, he wants to set a precedent, his own little revolution, not necessarily a militant revolution, but a progressive social revolution where it is all about, I am the first of my kind that has made it here. I want to make it easier for people like me to make it here into the conservatory and to become maestros.
Can I suggest that becomes something like a little bit more concrete? Say like
I will
what
help
is
my cousin get to
or maybe there's like a point that you maybe like, I want to be the first to do this specific thing, like maybe it's like, so it's a little bit more concrete, so you can.
Okay, yeah. How about so I want to. So, okay, first of all, I want to really quick put a little thing here and say that that the upper class is called, like, let's come up with a name for the upper class and the lower class people, just so we can talk about it with a little bit more clarity. Maybe musical terms.
Maybe the lower class can be, and this just since you asked for suggestions, the basso.
Treble and bass, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, like basso, like that, and then
Beautiful.
What would the upper class be?
I don't know what the Italian term for treble is. Trebolo.
Trebolo.
Yeah.
Trebolo and the basso. Okay, cool. So I want to be the first basso to play before the, what are they called? The Melodia.
Nice.
That's perfect, Aaron, because I had kind of a vague idea, and the idea is you want something concrete because this is a single session game. You want to have a tangible thing that you want to achieve.
Mm-hmm. And something else that's like, maybe instead of just playing in front of the Melodia, conducting in front of the Melodia.
Yes, to conduct.
Because that means that you're a maestro. You are conducting huge pieces of magic.
Exactly. Okay, cool. I love that. So that's my goal. And now, do we come up with other people's goals before we do obstacles, or do we do obstacles first?
Let's
do goals.
Let's just get everyone's goals out of the way.
How many do you get? Do you just get one? Oh, one goal, 2 obstacles. Got it.
Yeah. So what would Irio's goal be?
Irio's goal, he feels the walls slowly closing in around him as his less than legal activities are soon to be found out. And so his goal is, quote, I will finish my creation before time runs out.
Okay.
Do you want me, Aaron, to be more specific than that, or is leaving open-ended things like that?
It's not really what I want. I was just like kind of like,
no, totally
just throwing out ideas.
No, for sure.
No, I mean, unless you know exactly what your creation is, but I think that's.
I super do, but I want to leave it blank.
Okay, fair.
That's totally fine. Yeah. All right. What about Shaquille's goal?
I think it's. I'm kind of split because I want to leave it open that I think that she assumes that the vibrato have killed her father, but that might not be the case. Like as we tell the story, that might not be the case. So I don't know what's more important to her: bringing her father's killer to justice, or more focusing it, or unless she's totally got blinders on, and I want to bring the vibrato low.
Okay. Yeah.
And there is something. I think that there is rules that goals can change, I believe. Oh no, they cannot be changed. Never mind. So yeah, I gotta go all in on this. Well, I mean, my thing is change and progress. Like, that's my drive.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to bring the vibrato low. Or I will. I'm sorry. Yeah, I will bring the vibrato low.
Got it. I like that. I like that because it ties into, getting justice for your father's death, but it's also tied to the change in progress drive that you have.
And she's also like, she lashes out. She doesn't think.
Yes.
She fights.
Yes, exactly. Okay, cool. Awesome. So now we got to come up with obstacles. And we need 2 for each, correct?
Yeah, and they're normally tied to what makes a good obstacle. If you're having trouble coming up with an obstacle, these should be tied to the things that we've talked about already. So try to not introduce as much new stuff as more than going back to the features and the norms, and what about the world that we've created or the relationships we created is standing in our way.
Right.
Specifically to that obstacle. And I think that we create 2 obstacles. At this point, go around the table and explain your goal to the other players. Then they will collaborate to come. Oh, we create the obstacles for each other.
Oh, cool! I like that.
That is so awesome.
That's awesome.
Then they will collaborate to come up with 2 obstacles that stand between you and your goal. So 2 obstacles. And if you are uncomfortable with an obstacle, you can veto it.
Okay, awesome. So you guys have to come up with obstacles for Vezio. His goal is, I will be the first basso to conduct before the Melodia.
Oh, dude, there's got to be a rival maestro who's
your Amadeus, the
Malfoy Potter.
The other guy in Amadeus. F. Murray Abraham. So.
The other guy in Amadeus.
What do you think of another student?
Yeah, I mean, it introduces something new, but it's so intriguing that I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, hold up.
Maybe the other student is a student or someone from the vibrato house.
Oh.
Or yeah. Well, it could also be because more pertaining to your rival is. What's more interesting? Is it that your rival is also from the basso, or is that he is a tremolo? Is it more interesting that you are competing with another downtrodden person to be the first, or that your rival is like a Draco Malfoy, rich, has the privilege?
Man, I like both of those though, so I totally leave it up to you guys, of course.
Barker, what are you thinking?
I like the idea of the rival, the direct rival to his character.
Yeah, do you think the rival should be like a rich, noble person, or do you think it should be a fellow basso?
To be specific, the rival should be of the house that's not Aaron's character's house. That's what I meant. Sorry. So if you are Melodia, correct, Duca?
No. We've created so many of these terms that they're getting a little confused. So what we're saying more is in terms of class. So the two classes that we've established are Basso, which is the low class, and Trebolo, which is the upper crust, the high class.
Yeah.
And what his goal is that he will be the first Basso low class person to conduct before the Melodia, which is the ruling house.
Gotcha.
But the question is that is it more interesting, or is it more? Do we want to explore
Trebolo.
more his rival being Trebolo, or his rival being a fellow Basso that he has to compete to be the first?
Trebolo, the antithesis.
Okay.
The absolute. That's what I would say. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that the obstacle is, and we don't necessarily have to name that person right away. It's like I have a Trebolo rival. Maybe that's the term.
Yeah.
Or a let's look at our syllables. Can we make a name?
I'm trying to think of a syllable. We haven't used oath yet. OTH. Othio.
Othio is cool.
Othio?
Or Othlar.
Othlar is cool too.
Othlar, yeah.
I like yours.
Othlar is my rival from the Trebolo class.
Perfect.
All right. What's my next obstacle?
Ooh, okay. So let's think about what is something that's going to stand in the way that's specific to what we have.
Matt's the one who wanted something to do with root rot. That'd be an obstacle.
Oh man!
I have root rot.
I have root rot. Oh, that sucks.
It totally lowers my range to 1 octave. It's the worst.
Super sucks. I love that though. Cool.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Is that cool?
I'm super down with that. Yeah.
Awesome.
But I don't know. Here's the thing, though. Isn't one of the traits of your character, Barker, that he's disabled? I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be tied to the root rot, but
the initial idea was that he was blind because it made for a good fence. But
what if I'm just going to throw this out there? But what if one of the side effects of getting root rot as a child and surviving is blindness?
Oh, that's dope.
So he had root rot, but he's blind. Great.
But he's blind, yeah. So most of the time, mostly root rot will kill you. But if you get it as a child and you manage to survive it, you get weird side effects like blindness or deafness or whatever.
Awesome.
I mean, you control the root rot, so that's totally your.
Yeah, that's
call.
what. Oh, I do control the root rot. Yep, that's what it is. So, mostly just kills you, but if you survive, you have side effects. Like
and that sucks for you, Matt, because if you cure yourself, you can't read music, you can't compose.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you would rather die seeing yourself to the end of this than seeing yourself as you would rather die becoming this great composer than live blind and never.
So good, because I have to do this. I have to become the first basso maestro to conduct before the Melodia, before the root rot takes hold and either kills me or I survive and I'm blind forever. Oh, I love it. That's amazing. Okay, very cool.
This game is great.
It is really good. That brings my character into such stark clarity for me. I see him now and what he wants and what's at stake. So that's amazing. Cool. Okay, so now we need to do Irios. Oh, what the hell?
Oh no.
What happened? Bookmark manager? No. What is this? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. How do I get out?
You betrayed me for the last time.
Oh! Okay. All right. Now we're back. Okay. So 2 obstacles for Irio. Let's see. Do you have anything right off the top of your head, Aaron?
I mean, I think that I don't want to play. I don't think an obstacle is that he's blind. I think that because I think that that's something like he said that is part of his as a strength as a fence.
Yeah.
Now it has something to do with my goal, right? It's got to. I will finish my creation before time runs out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to try to bring in the civil unrest to this.
Yeah.
And I can tell you what the creation is if that's what makes sense to the game. I have no problem doing that. I don't want to be obstructive.
I mean, I like a surprise. I like a twist, but well, let's talk about it in terms of relationships so far.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get information from him about the broken cleft.
Yeah.
So he, I think an obstacle.
What if what if the broken cleft is sort of, what if they're sort of pushing Irio to no longer sell carpets to the Trebelos? What if it's sort of like a like the broken cleft is like they're a sympathetic faction because they're just trying to make life better for themselves, but at the same time, like they're kind of strong-arming Irio, and he feels like he can only hold them off for so long before they get violent with him.
Yeah, like my business, probably something a little bit less wordy than this, but my business directly opposes the goals of the broken cleft or something like that. Like my
let's see. My business.
My dealings put me in direct opposition with the broken cleft.
That's perfect. My dealings put me in direct opposition of the broken cleft.
And that is ibuprofen dealings. That's what I deal in. Ibu.
Ibus. I'll get you some Ibus.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good because I like that. That puts you in opposition of a fairly powerful faction in the kingdom. In terms of the second obstacle,
I guess, I mean, here's what I'll ask, Barker. Is this project, this creation that you're thinking about, do you know why it's time sensitive? Is there something inherent within the creation that makes it time sensitive?
No, I would say there's something inherent in, like, I need to hurry before everyone finds me out, before these opposing forces, before the broken cleft gets to me, before the Duca realizes I'm being forced to deal with the broken cleft and punishes me, and so on and so forth.
All right, so here's what I would say. I think something that's, because this is a number 3 threat, I would say that maybe like the vibrato have already taken action against the broken cleft. So things are already, disputes and violence have already started to happen. So we're at a breaking point now. You know, there's this is going to happen unless something like really crazy gets, really, creates peace.
Yeah. So something like I don't know.
The city is a powder keg.
Yeah, the city is a powder keg. I was gonna say, like, I don't know how long the city will remain standing, but I love the the city is a
the city is a tightly wound harp or whatever. A tightly
yes,
tightly.
The city is a harp tuned too tightly.
Tuned to diminished D scale.
String will snap.
Chord.
Soon.
Oh goodness.
I love that.
I like that a lot, actually. That's really cool, and especially because it's like a market area. That's where a lot of this stuff will kind of bubble.
Right, you are physically and metaphorically right in the middle of the conflict. So I love that.
Yes, me too.
Very cool. All right, so now Barker and I need to come up with some obstacles for Shakiel.
Do your worst.
So what I'm thinking right off the bat is that what if... Okay, so Shakiel has this sort of this chip on her shoulder towards the rival house because she believes that they are responsible for the murder of her father. But they have approached her with a marriage proposal that would be very lucrative and very beneficial for both houses. And so it's one of these things where it's like, do I accept the marriage proposal and unite these two houses and potentially like create an eternal alliance that will, you know, rule this kingdom? Or do I refuse it because I believe that these people killed my dad?
Yeah, on principle. Yeah.
Yeah. So something like a marriage proposal. And it doesn't even have to be a marriage proposal, but like an alliance of some kind. But I just imagine, you know, in a kingdom with nobles, like it would most likely be some sort of marriage proposal. A marriage proposal could, let's say, if I refuse this proposal from the tremolo, it could mean the end of my house. Something like that.
I like that. If I refuse, oh yeah. But is it worth it?
Just to clear up, she's the proposal would be from the vibrato.
Oh, the vibrato, correct. Sorry. The vibrato. Cool.
We brought this upon ourselves.
We did. We came up with too many cool words. Okay,
Too many cool words.
So in terms of the second obstacle, do you have any ideas, Barker?
I think, well, I'm trying to think. An obstacle to the leadership would be the broken cleft. And so I would imagine that rebels have spies around every corner. The rebels have spies around every corner or something.
Okay, yeah. So let's see here.
Do you think that would well, hold on. Actually, I keep forgetting. Looking, I will bring the vibrato low. Oh, then I would say, oh, no, yeah. What do you think, Matt?
I'm
just having a conversation, half-sentence conversation with myself. That's cool.
Here comes my cat. He's going to help us.
Cool.
Let's think about, okay, so we've got a good thing here that sort of directly corresponded to the rival house, bringing the vibrato low. I like the idea of working the broken cleft into it because that brings in some of these features and norms. So, hey, Vince. What if we take that idea and we say something like,
Oh, there are. Ooh, no.
Oh, I thought you had it, man. I thought you had it.
Well, I was thinking there are rogue broken cleft elements infiltrating the conservatory, but that might. I don't know if that would be a Duca Shakiel obstacle or yours. So,
what if it's something something tied to just her ability to trust anyone, because, and she's not sure what to make of the broken cleft. You know, she's not sure if the broken cleft, if those goals are in line with her idea of change and progress here in Pax Zero.
I mean, I would say that, because remember that this entire vibrato thing is all stemmed around the fact that my father was murdered.
Yeah, exactly.
And and she assumes it's the vibrato, but
yeah. So what about something like
Father's killer isn't done.
Yeah, I don't know if I can trust the broken cleft.
Now she wouldn't be able. She's directly opposed with the broken cleft, right?
Not directly opposed. I think that it's it's sort of two separate things in that potentially allying herself or helping out the broken cleft could lead to unseating the vibrato. She's just not sure if she can trust them and their motives. So something like, not necessarily, I don't know if I can trust the broken cleft, but the broken cleft could help me unseat vibrato.
Ooh, but it would get my hands dirty. Like that's some. Well,
what about the? I mean, I know this is, but like this is just kind of going off what you guys are saying. But the broken cleft are a wild card.
Yeah, but what would the cost be? Like basically, like I'm cool with unseating vibrato, but I don't want to destroy the structure of Pax Uriel in the process. Like at the end of this, I still want to be Duca Shakel of the Tremolo, you know, like it's one of these things where it's like, this could be really handy. This could be a convenient alliance, but really what would the cost be? So I think those are two good obstacles here.
Cool. Yeah.
I refuse this proposal from the vibrato. It would mean the end of my house. It could mean the end of my house. The broken cleft could help me unseat vibrato, but what would the cost be? Okay, cool. I think like Shakael's stuff is like the most directly tied to the big issue here, which is the unrest and revolution. And I think that Irio too, you have like a good amount of like connection to that, which is good.
Great.
Cool. Okay, so we got our goals and we got our obstacles. I think it's what's next?
Now it's map.
Ooh, map making time.
Ooh, that's me. That's my cue.
That's Barker's cue.
All right.
Here he is. Barker with the map making. So I'm going to make Barker's screen big so everyone can see.
Ah.
Hi, he says. Okay, so what is involved in making the map? Let's turn to that section here.
So essentially, we choose a player. We're choosing Barker to make a map. It doesn't have to be an artistic masterpiece, though I'm sure it will. And you just an individual indicator of where various locations are in relation to one another. Ask questions like, how far does the floating marketplace extend? How far is the town pub from the venerated holy site? And have each location's owner fill in the details. And this is mark locations on the map using words, pictures, or both, whatever makes it easier for you to reference at a glance. Good locations are relevant to characters, kingdom features, and norms or troubles. The bakery that your character owns, the giant solar crystal that powers the city, or the blighted forest.
Okay, cool.
Make sure that you've marked at least 3 locations on the map before moving on. New locations may be added to the map throughout the game. So we're also going to we also will take ownership of each of these locations. I mean, I already have ownership over the conservatory. No, I don't. Somebody should take ownership of the conservatory.
Do you want to take ownership of that, Aaron?
Well, according to the rules, actually, I can't because I have the most amount of ownership right now. I can't take anything. So.
Oh, I thought we all had. I thought we all had 2.
Yeah, we all got 2.
No, I have 3. Well, it doesn't show it right there, but I took over the tremolo and vibrato. We just didn't mark it down.
Oh. I'll add it right now. Okay, so I don't mind taking over ownership of the conservatory, so I'll do that.
Cool.
We also know that it's an oasis kingdom, so we know that there has to be some kind of water situation.
Mm-hmm. We know that there's sort of like an inner section and an outer section with a like a market in between, as Barker mentioned.
Right. So I don't know if somebody wants to take over like the oasis aspect of this, or
Barker, you want to take Oasis?
Sure, sounds good.
You got it.
Any ideas of where we're thinking of?
So do we want to start with like the sort of the inner section of the city and go outwards from there?
Cool. We want to be like one big city.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's feeling like, you know, a small oasis wouldn't be able to support an entire kingdom. So,
Yeah.
I mean, or at least like a, you know, it would be like more of a city state.
Yeah, exactly. I imagine a city state, exactly. So I imagine that the inner area of the city, of the kingdom of Paxirial, would be where the conservatory is, and sort of like any of the noble houses as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to change colors because I don't know how to use Photoshop. So if this right here is the conservatory, oh, that's blue because that's the oasis. Here, I'm going to
Perfect.
a little bit. All right, and this this triangle is the conservatory.
Oh, I love the idea that the conservatory is like in or over the water.
Cool.
Or like maybe there's like a little island in the center of the water, and that's where the conservatory is.
So it super is, but I'm really bad at this. So I'm going to do this thing where I go back in time.
Gotta go back in time.
Okay. Let's go over here. Blue again. Boom. Right there. Everyone's like, there's easier ways to do this, Barker. All right. So where the conservatory will be like on this island. What do you think?
Yeah, I like the idea that like the conservatory is like at the dead center of the kingdom, and it's this big sort of just big impressive building, and there's bridges going across the water to reach the conservatory. Beautiful. Look at that arrow. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Job,
Dang
Parker.
it! My eraser doesn't work anymore.
Oh no.
Heather was using it. Don't tell her I'm blaming her. All right.
So we got the conservatory there, and then I guess beyond that, we'd probably have the noble houses, which I think is Aaron territory.
Yeah, I mean, so we know that it's going to be that the Trebolo live in the inner ring, sort of the city, the closest to the water.
Okay. And do you want the water to spread outward a little bit, like in these like channels or something?
It could be canals. Like this could be a very Venetian situation.
Yeah, I like the idea of canals. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, especially going with like the Baroque theme and all that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So the canals only extend. Like the most concentrated network of canals is the center, because like with like most oases, like it's sort of like a swampy area within the desert, and so they drained a lot of it and controlled the water and made it so that they lock the water in as canals.
I like that.
And so the inner ring are the canals, and I'm trying to think of like a cool name for this inner ring.
Maybe the inner ring is a moat, surrounded by a moat that's like the water from the oasis. Like water literally keeps the rich separated from the poor.
So it's not necessarily walls. What it is that all the canals eventually channel out all the water from the oasis into a ring of water that that keeps that keeps those lines. And so it does provide it does technically provide water to the outer ring, but it's not as great, and it's basically the runoff.
Yeah, it's like the gutter basically.
Yeah.
Very cool. I like that idea.
Trying to think if there's like a cool music name I can call this district.
Yeah, the inner ring. I'm
gonna call it Opus.
Ooh, yeah. I love that.
Because it was this was originally the city proper, and it was like a great opus. It was a great work.
Yeah.
That engineering magnificence that created Opus, and then eventually it became too expensive for anybody else to live there, and so all the anybody who couldn't afford living there was pushed out to the outside.
Yeah. Very
Outside
cool.
of Opus.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the inner ring with all the noble people is called Opus, and at the dead center is the conservatory. There's these cool channels that go out, and there's like a kind of like a moat that surrounds Opus. I love that. Very cool.
And then one more.
Do one more, just for good measure.
And it doesn't actually, maybe it won't go all the way.
And I don't know who has the maybe, since I don't think we have anybody that's like specifically taking control over the basso. I forget, but if anybody has ownership of that, maybe we define something about the outer ring, like define that a little bit more. Maybe create a location or a neighborhood or
I've got ownership of the classes of people, which is kind of broad, but I can definitely expand upon that. So we have this thing called the pocket, which is like the area in between. And Barker, you can kind of weigh in on this since your character is sort of directly tied to it. But what if the pocket is, what if it's sort of the one bridge that you can go across to get to Opus from the outer area of the city? So maybe there's like a big bridge crossing this moat, and that's where the pocket is, where this big market is, where people can go.
I love the idea that I think like,
look at that bridge. That's beautiful. This is going up on the fridge when we're done here, Barker.
Thanks, Dad. God, that's horrible. And this is going to be
the pocket.
The pocket, which is kind of a small little market village within the city, maybe like a market district kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like I imagine
it's like a little border town within a town.
Yeah, just like, and it, like the bridge is so big that you can walk across it, and there's stalls on both sides of the bridge and buildings on it and stuff like that. Yeah, I like that idea. And then as far as like the outer area goes, look at you drawing little buildings.
Look at me.
I love the name Opus, and I want to come up with another similar name for like the outside district. So let me think here.
Mr. Holland District.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
That's so bad.
Well, I was thinking that I thought that the pocket was the physical name for that like area, but
oh yeah, we could go with that too.
Unless we're thinking like every single inch around that moat is its own area. I don't know. It's totally
I'm not
up to you guys.
Sure.
I would vote to keep the pot, since there's the one bridge that's crossing in. I would vote that, because I thought it was up in the air too, that maybe the entire moat area would be the pocket, the entire in between. But now that there's only one bridge, maybe that one little section, that one little district will be the pocket, just because it's the only way in or out.
Right.
Yeah.
Legally.
Yeah. I like the idea that there's one way in and out. So I like the idea of there being sort of like a little shanty town, like a poor portion of the kingdom surrounding this moat, and there's only one way into Opus, and I like the idea that it's called Octavo.
Oh, wait, so what's called Octavo?
The poor district.
Oh, okay. So this whole area out here, which how is it? Is it walled off? Does it have
I think it's not
Dry
necessarily
riverbed?
walled off. I think it's just like it started out as people sort of camping out outside the moat, and it's grown over the generations into its own sort of district of the city. So I think that it follows kind of the line of the moat, but it's basically just a outer ring of the kingdom called Octavo. That is where the Basso live. Yeah, a little dash line. That's perfect. That's perfect.
All right. And this is called the Octavo?
Yeah, so it's Opus and Octavo.
Sorry about the crappy dash line.
Dude, that's the best dash line I've ever seen. What are you talking about?
That you've seen very few. Octavo. And then I'll underline it.
Look at that. Cool.
Awesome.
So I'm looking through
And we'll just
the doc here. I don't think there's really anything else location-wise that we needed to point out.
Well, and these are things that we're going to add to the map
Totally.
as we decide. Like, I want to go here, but at least we have a couple places that we can go.
Exactly. Yeah.
And just so we know, like, who has ownership over what. So Matt has ownership over Conservatory, Octavo, Pocket, all that stuff, and I have ownership over Opus.
Yeah.
And Barker would have ownership over, I think, like anything to do with like the Oasis waters, anything
Yeah.
that's involving that Oasis aspect and desert aspect, really, like the environmental
Exactly.
aspects of the city.
Yeah, and anything out beyond Octavo in the Badlands would be Barker territory.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, cool.
Great. So
Good job on the
so
map, Barker.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much.
For sure.
Okay, so ownership, we talked about that. Let me just look at a little outline here. So we made the map. Okay, now we start playing.
Okay.
And at this point, well, not that we haven't been playing.
I
But
know. I was like,
now we
what are
start-
we doing this whole time?
Now we start role playing.
Yeah.
And basically, what we're going to, we all have 3 turns between us. Well, each of us has 3 turns to basically achieve our goals, and this is going to involve some improvisational role playing that puts the active player as the protagonist and the other 2 players as sort of opposition. But you know, it's but there's also some dice rolling. Basically, we each are going to go around and set different scenes. And you know, it's sort of the classic thing of scenes is like you determine where are you, what are you doing, you know, what's there and who is there, and you declare your scene goal, and then you role play until there is a call for resolution. And the call for resolution is always made by the active player. So it's all about the player deciding where does the point that we have reached in the scene where the actual heart of the conflict comes, where the actual resolution is, the crux of this scene, the climax almost of this scene.
Yeah.
And that's totally within the power of the player, not within the protagonist, not the opposition. The opposition, what we do is we either play our PCs, we play NPCs, we provide environmental narration, we give challenges and obstacle, using the obstacles and things that we know about the kingdom, we throw that at the protagonist. But we're not just, you know, we're not just always just trying to set walls in the path. We're trying to tell a good story.
Yeah.
We're sort of acting as GMs, where we want to provide challenges and we want to provide something for the player to overcome, but we don't want to stand in their way completely. Everything is about moving the story forward. So So first things first. It says that whoever is the most excited starts starts. So who's the most excited of all of us?
Whose idea was it to play Questlandia? That's the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it was my idea, but I was inspired by Aaron because Aaron posted about it first. I had never heard about it until Aaron posted about it. So
well, but you're the one that wanted to put together an actual game of it. So I think that you're the most excited to actually play. So I will.
I will not argue with that.
You are the most excited.
Okay.
That's so awesome.
Okay, cool. So this is the first of 3 scenes, and basically I describe where, what, and who, and then I declare my scene goal, and then we role play it out until I call for resolution. So let me think here. So keeping in mind my goals and my obstacles, I will be the first basso to conduct before the Melodia. Obstacle 1, I have a Trebolo rival in the conservatory named Othlar. Obstacle 2, I have root rot and time is running out. So let's say that this first scene, it takes place in the conservatory.
Nice.
And it is, geez, hey Vince, maybe it's my, like my final exam or something very crucial to my education here in the conservatory. Maybe not my final exam, but maybe I am doing some sort of demonstration in preparation for getting a master. I'm getting ready to apprentice under somebody very important. And in terms of who, I will say that it's Vezio, it's one of my instructors, and it's my rival, Othlar.
Yes.
So Vezio walks into this room, and I imagine that in the conservatory, there are lots of large rooms designed specifically for acoustics, designed specifically to conjure magic in. And Vezio comes in, walks into the room, his steps echoing off of the walls, reverberating very musically. And he walks in, he's carrying his djembe at his side. And maybe his instructor is there already, or maybe Othlar is there already, and they're both waiting for the instructor. So he walks up to Othlar and says, well, it seems that you and I have the same slot for our performances here.
So I'm just going to go back real quick. What is the what is it that you
scene goal
want out of this? Yeah, what is your
my scene goal? Is I want to distinguish myself from Othlar and be assigned to a true maestro as an apprentice.
Excellent. So, and just to clarify, we're in that recital room right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So what I imagine is like the right now, like we're almost like behind the stage. Like the curtains are drawn. Your instructor, you've been in the same class with Othlar. You have been taken under by this master teacher in percussion. And Othlar is there with his he plays not a xylophone. What's cooler than a xylophone?
What's cooler than nothing is the answer.
What's cooler than a xylophone?
He plays you know what? Othlar is the kind of scumbag that would play a brass instrument. So, is there some sort of horn?
Okay, so it's not necessarily this is your teacher in percussion, but this is sort of your current mentor right now, who's I've been working with both of you on your sort of your recital pieces, your dissertations, if you will. And his something is definitely a brass instrument. He Othlar, I think, straight up plays straight up plays like a bugle. He plays the bugle, and so yeah, you see Othlar there. Othlar is a complete antithesis of you. He is dressed in the finest clothes. His wig is not only to show his wealth and his prominence. He actually has one of the rare colored powder wigs of the day. With his hair is sort of a rose color. His face is made up. There's faux beauty with a faux beauty mark painted in the shape of a music note. He's wearing this flamboyant and gaudy outfit of with golden thread and wavy puffy shirts. And Bugle sort of sitting at his side, strapped around his shoulder. If it isn't the little rat from the pocket. You're going to put on a lovely little whatever it is you do for the maestros in attendance.
Yeah, no, I'm planning on putting on a show, Othlar. While you're up there blaring on that horn of yours, I'm going to be getting ready to show these maestros something they've never seen before.
A messenger just appears out of nowhere and hands both of you a couple of mugs, both of which have accumulated fresh, moisturizing condensation on the sides as fresh oasis water has been placed inside of these mugs.
Thank you. I take the water and take a big swig. And I imagine that Vezio hates wearing the powdered wigs and the clothes, but he has learned to sort of deal with it to fit in as best he can here. But his wig is secondhand. It's all dusty and disheveled. He's not really sure how to shape it. You can see, his real hair just kind of poking out all over the place. But he takes a big drink and maybe even wipes the condensation on his face, not wasting a single drop of this water as he prepares.
He turns to both of your mutual sort of instructor, Shundu, we'll call him Shundu, and he looks at says, "I cannot believe that I have to share a stage with this pocket rat. What does he even this basso? It is insulting to my talent in playing that tribal noisemaker that he carries around. I am a true artist, Shundu. This is a complete insult to me."
You hear the sound of a rapping as the conductor's baton is rapped against a desk, and you see Shundu reach forward and pull a small sip from his mug of water, and it just dribbles down his chin a bit, and he wipes it away to be wasted inside of his cloak. And he says, Now, Othla, everyone deserves a chance, do they not? And he says in a sarcastic but perhaps snarky fashion.
And I kind of look sideways at Othlar and say, if I'm such a pocket rat, as you say, you should have no problem outshining me on that stage. In fact, you should feel lucky that you've been softballed such a challenge, Othlar.
Oh, this is... I must remember to keep you around to flatter me. Maybe this year might not be yours. I don't want you to get your hopes up. Perhaps next year I'll perform some charity work and let you apprentice under me when you get another chance next year. But we'll we'll see. Now, make way. We'll take turns. I think it's best that a gentleman, a true maestro, goes first. You wait on the sidelines, and let's get this curtain open so that the great maestros can hear a true artist perform.
Yes, let's break a leg, Othlar.
So you stand to the side, and everyone stands to the side, and Othlar brings out his music that he's been composing, and not to forget that the music it's not just about the music; it's about the spell that the music weaves. And he places the music on a stand, and the curtains open, and there are little footlights that are all candles, and that stand in front of the audience, or that sort of face him at the edge of the stage. And in there you can see a packed house of elderly maestros, the few maestros of the female maestros that have proven themselves despite the odds. And they all sit there, and they are ready to listen with very accusing eyes and critical ears. And there's a deathly silence, and then he places the bugle to his lips, and it blares out, and it like a violent songbird, and it builds and it builds and it builds until there is almost there, and you're wondering, where is the magic here? Until at the very end there is an eruption of fire that springs forth from the candles of the footlights, creating a wall of flames between him and the audience, singeing the curtain, singeing the stage, until he is done with his tiny concerto, and he places he takes the bugle from his lips, and he bows for the audience, and he is met with applause, the polite and quiet applause of the maestros, and which is, you don't get applause normally from the maestros. And he turns, and he looks, he exits off stage, and he sees you, knowing that what he has done is purely only the greatest magician could do. And so he's really set the bar for you. He is also, while he has your attention, he is going to slip a toxin into your drink. And he's going to and what does that toxin do, Barker?
That toxin, it's actually a hallucinogenic, common to Octavo, which it's a street drug. It could, in large doses, debilitate a fully grown man for a couple of days in a hallucinogenic road trip through the mind. But in small doses such as this, it will be something that throws off the performer just enough to ensure that they are under extreme amounts of pressure and have difficulty keeping rhythm and time with such a psychoactive substance.
And so he slips this drink. Slips in your drink, and he raises a glass, and he says, to my dear rival, and I'd like to think, though I hate to admit it, friend, Vezio, good luck. And he raises his water to you.
And to you, Othlar, thank you for showing me just how far money can get you in the conservatory.
And he sets it down, and it is now your turn to play.
So Vezio finishes that water, not realizing what has been slipped in it. And he steps out onto the stage, and much like Othlar did, looks out and sees all these maestros. And hey, Vince, oh my gosh, just knocked my pop filter off my microphone. He gets out his drum and sets it in front of him, And then he makes a motion off stage, sort of waving something on, and this sort of stagehand attendant wheels on what looks like a large sort of slab of sandstone, just this huge rock. And they sort of wheel it on and then set it down on the stage, and it makes this huge thud. And the maestros are kind of looking at each other, just kind of like, what is the meaning of this? Why is he bringing a stone onto the stage? And Vezio begins to play on the djembe, and it's very soft at first. He builds it up. It's just a very simple beat. And as he's playing and he's looking at this sheet music in front of him, the sheet music that serves as both music and the instructions to this incantation, his vision begins to swim a little bit, and he sees the notes beginning to lift off the page. And it's alarm at first, it's panic. This has never happened before. Is this part of the magic? And then he realizes how strange and dizzy he feels, and he looks out into the audience, and the audience seems so far away, and they're getting farther and farther, and he sort of is falling into this hallucination. But much like any good psychedelic band, he focuses on the music, he focuses on the beat, and this hallucination, this vision that he's receiving becomes a part of the song, becomes a part of the music, and the beat intensifies. It gets louder and it gets faster, and he's using all of his fingers. He's using his thumb, his palms, his wrist. He's using every ounce of strength, every ounce of dexterity he has to create this very intricate, but at the same time sort of multi-layered and dynamic sort of beat. And as he's doing so, the stone on the stage begins to crack. This crack hairlines down the stone. Bits begin to fall off. Dust plumes into the air as the beat that he is creating is literally shattering stone without him even touching it. And as the hallucination reaches its peak, Vezio can see the magic in the air because he can see the notes. He can see the notes that he's playing. He can see the beat in the air in front of him. He's not even looking at the music anymore. He lifts his head, he closes his eyes, and he just plays from memory. He invokes a spell from sheer memory as he closes his eyes and feels the music in the throes of this hallucination. And as he finishes the beat, the stone, this slab of sandstone, the crack that is running down it, splits the stone in half, and it falls into two pieces, and a plume of smoke rises from the stone. And Vezio sits back and lets the last note ring out from his djembe.
So, does it now? Do you think this is a good time to resolve the scene?
I think this is a perfect time to resolve the scene.
And actually, it's neat because it's totally Matt's choice. We can offer, hey, you want to resolve? You want to resolve? But Matt can be like, no, I'm not going to resolve until after I get the last word. Or
if I felt like this wasn't the climax of the scene, I could delay it. But right now seems like the perfect time for how is the audience going to react to this?
Yeah.
Is the climax.
I like the idea that there's muttering in the audience.
And just so people are aware, the way that the dice work is that when in the resolution, this can either determine how you narrate the rest of the scene. So he could have used that to narrate how you could have used this resolution to narrate how your performance went. But in this case, because you kind of resolved that action, you can use the resolution to more narrate the results of this performance. What happened. Yeah, the reaction. So now we draw dice. So the protagonist starts with 2 white dice, and I've got a bunch of white dice and/or cream-colored dice over here, and dark red dice as well. So start with 2 white dice. Look over their character sheet and give the protagonist an additional die for each relevant mastered obstacle. You don't have any mastered obstacles just yet. each relevant relationship, unless it's exhausted. You don't have any of your friends here. Each relevant trait. So if there's a trait there that pushes you that you think is going to help here, and each relevant boost. And I don't know. I think that's just boost exactly.
That too. And I think that in terms of traits, I think that my notorious trait would factor in here.
On the protagonist victories, by the way, it does say gain a boost, so I think that's how you might gain the boosts on the victories table.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see here.
A booster hindrance is a lasting effect that impacts the future dice rolls. Okay. Okay, so you don't really have anything just yet.
Yeah. So I would potentially add 1 die for my notorious trait.
Okay. Because the notorious being like your talent and your
my sort of unorthodox style of invoking spells using music.
Excellent. All right. And so now the opposition, Barker and I, are going to start with 3 dice and look at the protagonist's character sheet and give opposition an additional red die for each relevant obstacle, each kingdom trouble of at a level 3 or higher, and each relevant hindrance, which you don't have just yet, and the protagonist's weakness level. I don't know what your weakness level is.
I'm not sure.
I don't know if it starts at 1, if that matters, or. You look that up, and I definitely think that you're definitely getting. So you have 3 dice. You're getting 1 die for your rival. I think that makes sense.
Yep, definitely.
As your obstacle.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think, what is your?
So engaging in weakness is on page 81. If that helps.
Yeah. But that's a little bit different than engaging in weakness is using your weakness to do rerolls.
Oh.
But I think it does give you levels in your weakness. So I don't know if you start with a level in weakness though.
Yeah.
But I didn't really see your weakness come through here unless.
No, the weakness is seeking comfort in seeking comfort in sex, food, alcohol, and drugs is my weakness, and I was technically drugged, so I don't know.
Hey.
I didn't voluntarily. In fact, I think that maybe my history with potentially experimenting with things like that may have come in handy, because instead of freaking out, I was like, oh, nope, just write it. Just like.
Yeah, dude, you've been through this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is nothing.
So sex, comfort, this eyebrow, goals. I have root rot. I don't think that really came into play here. I don't think your sickness.
No.
Could somebody look at the section for weakness, like where you get your weakness, and if it says that you start at a level or not?
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Check as well.
It doesn't say.
Yeah, it just says whether they hide it or flaunt it, your character has certain behaviors they return when they are at their worst.
Yeah.
Your character is at the end of their rope. What do they do?
So let's see. Okay. Resolving the scene. Okay. Weakness level. Yeah, it doesn't say what weakness level is. Oh, wait, hang on. Hold up. I think I may have stumbled upon something here.
Every time you engage in weakness, take a misfortune token and increase your weakness level on your character sheet.
Yeah,
your
so
weakness level will give the opposition extra dice in future turns.
So if I were to engage in my weakness to reroll, my weakness level would go up. So I assume that it starts at 1 or whatever.
Or 0.
Or 0, you know.
I'm going to say you start at 0 because to me then it seems that everyone. I'm going to say 0.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that means that the opposition's rolling 5 dice, and you're rolling 3. So I'm going to roll both of these.
Yeah, go for it.
Great. Okay. So now what's going to happen is that so you got a pretty good roll. You got a 6. You got 2 5s and a 2.
Nice.
But unfortunately, the opposition rolled 3 6s.
Damn.
Now you could give into your weakness here and either re-roll yours or the opposition's. You can only put forward 2 dice, and opposition always puts forward 3. So
I think that I will give into my weakness, playing into the fact that I was drugged and I'm sort of flowing with these drugs, and if they've sort of given me a little bit of an edge here. So I'm going to do that to make the opposition re-roll their dice, and that'll give me a misfortune and also increase my weakness to level 1.
Awesome.
Okay. So now you have a misfortune token.
Yes.
And you're making the opposition re-roll.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I think they only roll 3 or they roll 3 or 2 dice. Get into the engagement weakness.
I can re-roll any number of the opposition's dice, it says.
Okay.
So I'd like because you said it got 3 6s.
3 6s, a 3, and a 1.
So re-roll the 3 6s.
Cool. So they have a 5, a 6, a 3, and a 3, and a 1. So they're going to put forward a 6, a 5, and a 3. Now, the strategy part of this game comes in looking at what the results mean when one gets their benefit.
Yeah.
You know that a 6 is going to happen, which sucks real bad.
Yeah.
It's doom. It's literally called doom.
Yeah.
And so you can decide now whether you would rather, if you want to bother putting that 5 against a 6, or you put the 5 against the 3 and the 5 against the other 5, and seeing what a 5 gets you. I think a 5 gets you.
I think I get to gain a boost with a 5.
Yeah.
And also what this means is that because you are going to have a victory, you get to narrate what happens now.
Okay, cool.
If you had no victories here, you have no narrative control. It would be Barker and I having narrative control.
Yeah.
But you're going to have narrative control, but there's going to be consequences.
Right.
So if you can decide whether you did the best of the recital or not.
Yeah.
So let's look at this. So the 5s cancel each other out.
Yes.
The 5 beats the 3.
So that's one victory for me.
Yeah. So the first thing that happens, I think, is that we do the
this
interesting
dice,
strategies.
Yeah, this dice system it's a little bit arcane when you're first sort of trying to figure it out, but once you realize that it's all about matching dice up and trying to gain little victories, forsaking some of the higher die, like it's kind of a really sort of interesting dice system, and it gets simpler the more you do it. But when you're first starting to figure it out, it's like, what? Like when I first read the resolutions and outcomes section, I was like, I don't get this at all. But it helps in practice.
I don't think it matters what order we do this in. Since you're going to have narrative control, you can decide how this manifests. But just so you know, because of the 6, it's a doom. Which doom it says with an exclamation point. Draw a kingdom trouble from the deck and give the protagonist a misfortune token. Collectively narrate the trouble's impact on the kingdom and record the trouble's new level.
Damn.
Yeah. Also, this means that now that we are adding new troubles, they impact locations on our map, depending
Yes.
on what we. Yeah.
Like-
and if
Cool. Okay, so I'm giving myself a misfortune. We need to draw a new card off the deck, so that's you, Barks.
Doing it right now, and we got our second spade. The war, the external conflict has increased somehow. I don't know how this is gonna work, but
So what I'm thinking is, oh man, yeah, that's pretty crazy.
and does that affect the conservatory because it happened there? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Will have a direct effect on
so
location. It doesn't have
what's
to.
that?
It doesn't have to. It says each new trouble will have a direct effect on a location in your kingdom. The first time a trouble affects a location, it's impacted, which means a location no longer functions the same way. The hospital has shut down, the woods are ablaze, rationing is enforced in the city, yada, yada, yada. So I don't think it has to affect the conservatory, which, it can affect something that maybe makes more sense in terms of the war.
Yeah.
But I don't know how this relates to your story.
Well, the
So,
drumming. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm thinking is maybe that's, yeah, like playing on the drumming, like, what if there was a member of the Broken Cleft, like a spy there at the performance, and they saw what I was capable of doing with the drum, with shattering the stone, and maybe, like in the coming weeks, there are like attacks carried out by the Broken Cleft and their troubadours that utilize a version of my spell.
I would like to clarify something, though, and that the fact that the troubadours or the Broken Cleft fall under the civil unrest.
Yeah.
Civil unrest is civil war, whereas war is external conflict. So this is that, and that's at a level 1 right now, which is now raised to a level 2. So it's now, this is where we're starting to see that, okay, there is a war happening, or there is an external conflict happening. Something that I would suggest is maybe if you get what you want and you become, and you, this pocket rat, becomes, goes under a great maestro, Othlar, in his like madness or whatever, maybe he works for the opposing team now. Like maybe this like great fire maestro goes and, like, in his jealousy, goes to work for whoever this outside threat is.
I like that idea because it potentially sets up for later conflict between me and Othlar, where we eventually come up against each other. So I love that idea. That's really cool. Yeah, that's great.
And we now, we should also probably name this external threat now. Now it's become prevalent, and we need to like actually give a name to it. What is this war? You know, who is this? And I would allow you guys to do that because I feel like I've.
Let's think about this. I think the external threat are people that live out in the Badlands that want our water. So I imagine that there may be like desert nomads. What do you think, Parker?
I like that idea. I like. How about tunneling? Some sort of beings that can tunnel, because that's how they get their water, is underground. And the oasis, as they get closer and closer, they're just being drawn more and more towards it. But only now do people realize that it's a problem.
Yeah. So tunneling desert nomads want the water from the oasis. Cool. I love that. Parker, do you want to take ownership of that?
Sure.
The tunneling desert nomads?
Yep. They're going to be
called. We have any questions of that later.
Cool.
So what do you think they're called?
Well, nothing. Go ahead.
They're called nothing.
I'll think about it. They're called nothing.
And we have to also decide how this threat impacts a location. I would suggest, I mean, if it's about the water, like maybe the outer ring is like the water levels have decreased or something like that. But we should actually just decide which location it is, and then whoever has ownership over it has to make that call.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So just from my standpoint, I imagine that it would either affect the Badlands or the Outer Ring, because I imagine if they're desert nomads that are coming in, even if they're tunneling, it would affect the outer territories first.
Great. So I think that this is Barker's call then.
Yeah.
Why?
I like that you put the really Badlands in there.
I know the really okay. So you know what's happening is this outer ring is of water, this moat. There are areas where it's becoming just dry bed because these underground tunnels are draining the moat.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that sort of what you're looking for? Is that?
I think that's great. Yeah, that they're basically siphoning the water.
Yeah. And the water shortage is well, that'll be other stuff.
And the great leader of this force is standing there, and he's saying, "I drank your milkshake.
I drank it up.
I drank it up." That's from There Will Be Blood. All right. All right. So that's that scene. Mazel tov. We did it.
Nice. Awesome.
Oh, I get to narrate what happens, right?
Oh yeah, of course. And this is and you won with a 5.
Yeah.
Which is a boost, and this is like something, a way that you've distinguished yourself. That impacts future dice rolls. So like somebody could say, I kicked so much butt in that fight, I'm feeling invincible. So I'll write down Superman syndrome as my boost.
Okay, cool. So they're like fate aspects. That's cool. So like it's kind of silent for a while in this theater. And after the last note from this djembe dies down and the clatter of the stone falling apart, and there's this kind of muttering that sort of comes up from the audience of maestros. A few of the maestros actually get up and leave. They're so offended at the fact that this pocket rat, this upstart, came in and invoked a incredibly powerful and destructive spell using a drum without looking at his music. But there are a few maestros that come forward wide-eyed, looking at the stone falling apart, looking at the drum. There's no applause. There's just awe and wonder. And this maestro comes up and he just extends his hand towards Vezio. And Vezio takes his hand and shakes it. And this maestro in his wig, in his makeup, says, "I would be honored if you would be my apprentice." And Vezio says, "Yeah, yes, of course." And so my boost is going to be, I have trained under a true maestro.
The maestro's apprentice.
Yes, the maestro's apprentice.
Okay, excellent. That was awesome.
Very cool.
I would say go ahead and name that character if you want.
Oh yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna name him. I'm gonna name him Kolar.
Kolar. Nice.
That's too close to Othlar. Let's call him
Larko.
Yeah. Let's call him. Let's call him Koth.
Koth. Ooh, I like that.
Koth.
Which is cool because that's the name of a character from the King Killer Chronicles, who is also a like a bard type character. Koth.
Nice.
So Koth is my master.
Awesome.
All right. So let's take it to Irio then. Barker, give us a who, what, where, and explain to us what your scene goal is.
Okay. So, who is going to be Irio? Also, a very, very pleased looking new apprentice to a maestro. Someone named Vezio will be there. And a mob of people will be located. We are on the bridge called the tie. We'll call it the tie. A tie is a little string connecting two notes on a staff. And there's just a big traffic jam on top of this bridge, which is covered in people and market stalls. It's just a working bridge, and something is happening that is actually creating some sort of ruckus on the bridge. And my goal, I'm going out of order here, as my character whose name is Irio, my goal is to purchase a special ingredient, a special dye for my project.
Okay. So Matt, what's the so obviously there's the I think like the obstacle.
Well, I'll say what I think, and maybe I might be going too quickly or too far, but would it be okay for me to say that because of this this ruckus, whatever's happening, the bridge is actually shaking and shifting?
Perhaps. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
So, and let me look at your obstacles again. You're trying to buy. Okay, so you're trying to. My dealings put me in direct opposition with the Broken Cleft. The city is a harp tuned too tightly. So this really brings both of these obstacles into play.
Yeah.
Really.
Definitely.
But you have a friend there, and so basically what we're seeing here is just a total demonstration by the Broken Cleft, and it's gotten out of hand. The Broken Cleft are saying that they're after the draining water supplies. There is though people believe that it's the tunnels, the tunnelers and the nomads, and that's what the state says. Maybe there are some unreasonable voices within the Broken Cleft. They're saying no, the rich, the Trebolo are just taking away our water, and so there is this movement which is blocking all commerce between the Trebolo and the Basso, and you see there's actually the person there is the Broken Cleft leader, who we will call it's a lady.
Pax Othiel. No.
Pax. I might add a new syllable here. Actually, we'll just I already added a syllable earlier with Ka, so I'll call her Tika.
Oh, nice.
And Tika is she is this voice of the people, this rallying cry. This she's a troubadour of immense talent, and she is setting up. Matt, what kind of instrument does Tika play, you think?
I think Tika plays like a lap steel guitar sort of thing.
A lap steel guitar.
Yeah, so it's like there's like a Chinese instrument that is it's like a 3-stringed like lap steel instrument.
Oh, I always forget what it's called.
This is the subtitle of this game is going to be Matt Forgets Instrument Names.
Dude, it's yep. All right, let's We're going to find out in the chat in about 10 minutes once it reaches live.
Yeah.
If only there was a device.
I know. It might be called the... I'm going to mispronounce it. Hang on. I'm going to listen to it. The Guqian. It's like a...
Sangxian. Sangxian is what is... Oh, that's a Chinese lute, a 3-stringed fretless plucked musical instrument.
That's perfect.
Sangxian. Sanxin. Sangxian.
Cool. That's the kind of thing that she plays.
Okay. And she is getting ready for a grand performance. Basically, these rallies are really concerts, and their concerts and their music has really, and she's like the final act. Like everyone else has been, all the other Broken Cleft members have been openers for her because she rivals probably the Grand Maestro himself. You know, she is. And all the music up to this point has incited, because of the magical properties and because of just the beauty of their craft, has incited such rage within the people. And she is ready for her great opus. And what she is, and what she is going to, and she's about to, and basically she enters the stage, and there is a hush over the audience as they see her. This woman, she's actually quite round, plump, but just this almost like this force of nature. This her bright red hair, unwigged, as you know, anybody of her class would never have a wig, but this bright red hair that shines, that looks like a ball of fire. That extends out in all directions. Her face, her pale skin, pinkened by the constant, ever-present sun in this area, and she stands there, and without ever having to say a word, she begins to play, and so she has started her music. And go ahead, Barker. What are you doing?
She begins to play above these hushed voices, and in the back, in the crowd, you'll see kind of a small hooded figure, eyes focused forward aimlessly, glazed over and opalescent. You see a short cane tapping, tapping the bridge as she's crossing it. He's crossing it, excuse me. And in an attempt to remain concealed, Irio will stay hooded and cloaked, but he knows exactly where he's going. He's going to the missing board. He knows exactly where it is. He's done this before, and he drops as the music begins to play. He thinks to himself, "Gosh, I hope this doesn't get out of hand quickly." He lowers his cane through a hole, a missing board in the bridge. And he knows that timing should be perfect. And if it is perfect, then there should be a small gondola underneath the bridge at that moment to attach his prize, this die, to his cane.
And you see that, and then it's, I think, and one of the things that the blindness has almost been a gift to you, as it has made you more sensitive to the notes and to the sounds of these magical instruments. It's given you a greater appreciation. You probably think that as a blind man, you could point out the truest talents in this city.
Nice.
And it also makes you much more sensitive, and makes you realize a lot more the nature of the spells. And you realize that underneath this this oddly metallic sound of her 3-stringed instrument, the sort of in the cracks playing that she is, you feel it resonate throughout your entire body, and you feel it, and you feel almost the vibration within the actual wood of your cane. And you realize, and within that connection between your cane and the wood of the bridge, you realize what she is doing. She is trying to rend the bridge on the side of the opus end of the bridge. She is trying to cut off the entire island, or the entire Trebolo district. And you feel that each note sends rattles and vibrations and shocks through the system and through the very heart of the wood.
So I immediately want to call for resolution, but before I do, I feel like I should have the other character describe what he's doing, happily skipping across the bridge after a successful performance at the conservatory.
Yeah. So I'm with you, right, Irio?
Like, well, I don't know if you have to be with me. You're just, in my mind, you were just there.
I think
maybe this happened.
I'm coming to see you because I want to tell you that I'm going to be apprenticed under a master, and I want to tell the person who helped me get into the conservatory. So I'm actually coming to see you, and I imagine that I see you and I spot you as this sort of thing is reaching its peak, and I recognize the vibrations. I just invoked a similar spell myself, albeit on a much lesser scale. And so I sort of break out into a run, my drum sort of bouncing on my back. And I make it to you, Irio, and I say, "What the hell is going on? We need to get off the bridge."
And now I'm going to call for resolution.
Excellent. Okay. So you get 2 dice automatically.
Yeah, I get 2 dice and I get 1. Okay, so I don't have, let's see, do I have a relevant trait? I'm disabled and subversive. I do not think I have a relevant trait.
I mean, unless you think that you want to, I mean, unless you think that there's a way that you resolve this that uses those.
So maybe, if you mentioned the disabled, you mentioned how it more finely attuned my other senses.
Yeah.
If I could do that, yeah, that'd be awesome.
Oh, totally. So let's give you a die for that. You can do like
Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, you feel the vibrations in the bridge before anybody else because you can't see, and so you're like just attuned to it. And so like everyone else is just kind of like going out about their business, and you're like, whoa, hold up, something's going down here.
Yeah, everyone else is hearing the notes. You are feeling the magic.
Perfect. And then I have 1 more for relationship, since I have my friend here to help me, right?
Oh yeah, you've got your magical friend with you to help you.
Yes.
All right, so that's 5. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything else
4.
unless you.
4, right?
No, you got 2. You got 1 for the relationship, 1 for blindness, and.
Should be it.
Okay. Well, I was gonna. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. 5 if you think that your the other one, your other trait plays out here, unless you think that's gonna be how you resolve this. But
subversive. You know what? I think subversive will help me accomplish my goal of getting the die, but which is happening right now. But it wouldn't help me with the bridge. No, okay. I wouldn't. I think my focus is on the bridge and the music, so I would go with 4 now. Yeah.
Okay.
So that works.
So then the opposition gets 3, plus 1 for the civil unrest being at 3, plus 1 for I think actually plus 2 for both of your obstacles being very relevant here.
Yes.
Well, then again, there's a case for the 1 obstacle to not being. I don't see how. There's no really direct interaction you're having with the broken cleft right now. Like they're not, unless you think that they're automatically trying to stop your project.
Yeah.
I was going to say that. Yeah, it seems like he's sort of at the wrong place at the wrong time. They're specifically trying to dislodge the bridge. They're not targeting Irio. So I would say that his second obstacle, absolutely, but the first one, not as much.
Okay, so it's going to be 5 against 4.
All right.
Not bad.
And you did very well, my friend. Your highest rolls are a 6 and a 5, and you also got a 3, 2, 1. And opposition did not do well. They got their highest rolls are 3 and 2 2s. So Basically, you're going to decide. You're gonna get 2 victories out of this. You just have to decide what you would rather let go. Would you rather 3, which is a hindrance? Would you rather get a hindrance from this, or a 2, which I think exhausts the relationship? Not.
No, wait. If they had a 3, 2, and 2, and I had a 6, 5, and 3. If I match the 6 up,
you only get to put forward 2.
Gotcha. I see. So I would choose change protagonist fortune token to a misfortune, or wait, what?
3 is I think
exhaust a relationship. Ooh, I think that would be more fitting since there's an easy relationship here.
Great. So with that, basically, Matt and I will have to figure out a way of like how that is exhausted, like how you sort of isolate maybe Matt, or something happens to hurt
ditch him or something. Peace.
And then you're gonna have 2 successes, which is you're gonna have a resounding success, which is pretty much the exact opposite of doom, and you're going to also get a boost as well. So
cool.
Let's talk about that exhausting of a friendship.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I was thinking is maybe like Vetsio's like I've got my drum. We can stand and we can help. We can get some people off the bridge. And what if Irio is like, I got my die and I gotta peace out. Like basically, like you said, Barker, like you leave me in the lurch.
Yeah. Like not now, man.
Yeah. Like what I got going on is too important. I just got to get off the bridge. And Vetsio's kind of trying to like help, and he's like, dude, what?
Well, what I would maybe Vetsio, you are convinced to maybe use your magic in order to help him, but he leaves you behind. Like he uses the fact that you're there to help him, but he just uses you. He doesn't try to save you. It's just like, I need you to do something for me. And perhaps that's the case. So,
and so
I don't know if you want
to can play
that.
And Aaron, you can play the mob, right? You can play the mob and the broken cleft musician.
Yeah.
The pop star.
So basically, we'll set up the scene, this part. So the music is now almost at this sickening shriek of musical twangs of each string being plucked with vicious efficiency, and now there's starting to be a rumble, and it's beginning to be felt within the hearts of the mob, and then she does something, which is to say, Tico does something that you wouldn't expect her to do. She starts to sing. She starts to sing along with her accompaniment, and blending 2 magics and having 2 talents is very hard. And she sings a song of anger, a song of rebellion, a song of injustice and inequality. And there is this, and she starts to sing about her intentions, about, we will bring the bridge down upon them. They will starve in their, the Opus will be, completely isolated. That we are the ones besieging the Opus, and so now we can decide. Now, whatever you decide to do, Barker, and with Vetsio, this could stop this from happening. If we think that's more interesting, or we just let it happen. Now, seeing as like the conflict hasn't raised from this, I think that maybe this doesn't happen all the way through. But but those are my feelings. So I'm gonna let you take over, and now right now everyone's chanting and singing along with her, and it's adding fuel to her magic, and it's creating and the bridge is creaking.
Perfect.
That's really you guys.
Perfect. So Irio's cane is through the missing board, waiting waiting for the package. He hears the voice of his I have no idea, of Vezio, and nods to him in affirmation. Yes, do your magic. Of course, do your magic. Save the bridge. And what does it look like, Vezio?
So Vezio brings his djembe out and does a quick doom, and this blast of sort of this sound wave erupts out of the drum, and bricks from the bridge peel up. Maybe 6 or 7 bricks peel up from the bridge and fly like projectiles towards this troubadour that is creating this magic, trying to destroy the bridge. And the bricks knock her instrument from her, and the strings just break, and maybe even the headstock of this thing breaks off as these bricks strike it and cast it to the ground.
The bridge shakes for a moment more, shudders for a moment more, before the only thing you can feel under your feet are the vibrations of the other feet of the many, many patrons to the pocket walking along the bridge. You turn to look for Irio, but you see nothing there. In the space where he was, you see nothing. There's the hole in the bridge, and just down moat, a single gondola piloted by nobody. If you think that would be the end to exhaust the relationship, awesome. Otherwise, maybe it's because these people just wreck you after you ruin.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a mob that turns towards Vezio all alone, and they see where the source of this magic comes from, and he just gets chased off the bridge, and that's what, you know.
Nice.
And I imagine, like, I'm getting chased off the bridge, and I'm just like, like playing on my drum, just like, just like running away from these people.
Yeah. Yep. And so now what's going to be left for you to do, Barker, is to narrate your successes. So you have the boost, which is what Matt had, which is, you know, you're going to gain sort of a permanent addition to your character sheet that you can tag later. And you're going to have a resounding success, which I believe gives you a fortune token.
Yes.
And just means like whatever that you were going for, you absolutely get it. So you achieve a resounding success, get a fortune token, and narrate your mind-blowing victory. And you kind of already did that a little bit, but maybe making it a little bit more. Close it out. Like, what was it that you were trying to achieve? This die, all that kind of stuff.
After a long moment, you see a set of opalescent eyes staring upward, and they're creased by light that is shining through the cracks of an old bridge. You see Irio up to his ankles in water. He cannot quite, he looks toward the item, obviously not being able to see it, but he feels around in this satchel that he is now holding on his cane, and he feels and he pulls out this small purple vial of what looks like purple, almost like liquid sand inside this vial. A small smirk creases his lips. He lets out a sigh of relief. That vial is the resounding success. The boost is, I don't know, maybe the boost is the vial, and the resounding success is the lack of is that the bridge did not break, and therefore business as usual can commence for Irio.
Absolutely. So your boost would be worded like something like my pretty vial, or my, you know, something like that.
Yeah. I have one more step closer. One step closer, or something to my creation, or the purple vial is the boost, or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you can figure that out. Okay, so that leaves little old me.
Yeah.
Okay. So, So let's see. Shakiel she's in Opus. There has just been this great uprising on the bridge and all these new troubles, and she's going to be basically where all the noble houses meet. She is in I think we'll call it the Forum, and she's at the Forum, and she is going to oh my goodness. She thinks she knows who killed her father. And she believes that it is this that the person behind it is this Duco on the other side of Vibrato called let's see, names. We'll call him Kaio, or Ko, Kaio, and she believes that Kaio Vibrato is the perpetrator behind these crimes. She has every reason to believe it. He's the one that gained the most out of this. He raised the rank most within the latest sort of election, election of the noble houses from this event. And he gained the most from this, and he's known as a snake and having little honor. And so what she was always taught by her father, and she remembers, is that the first thing that she must do when she was first being sent to the place where they train fighters, is to find the strongest and the toughest one in the practice yard, in the courtyard, and just beat the shit out of them, and so that everyone knows not to fuck with you. And so now that she's kind of taking on her role as the Duca, she is going to find the biggest, nastiest piece of work in the Forum, the man that she thinks killed her father, and she is going to challenge him to a duel, and she is going to humiliate him. And basically, her scene goal is that I will humiliate Kaio Vibrato.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And so she's walking through the Forum. It's heavily perfumed and scented. There are columns. This is one of the older architectures from the olden days, when this city was first founded by a much larger, grander empire. And there's columns and beautiful open architecture, marble, servants all around. She brings with her retinue, that sort of follow her as like a posse, her retainers and everyone that works for her and is in her house. And she approached, and sort of in the Forum are all these different nobles. They're all drinking from wine and enjoying music that is being played by members of the conservatory, sort of this chamber music that's flowing throughout the halls, bouncing off the columns. And she sees this large group of people who are surrounding Kaio Vibrato, as he always brings these nasty, most wretched people it attracts everyone around him. And she approaches him, and of course she always makes quite the scene when she enters. She's dressed in complete ducal military garb, with a sash around and the buttons, and almost dressed almost like a man in her military coat, the epaulets and all that. Her with let's see, what did I call the shunti at her side? It's golden hilt pommel sticking from the scabbard, and she approaches. She takes a cup of wine from a passing serving girl. She holds the goblet. She approaches Kaio, and then she just throws the wine in his face, and lets the goblet clatter on the ground so that it gives echo and alarm, gaining the attention of all the nobles around her.
Matt, you should be Kaio.
Okay, got it. The wine splashes on Kaio's face, and I imagine he had his boots up on the table before this happened. And as you splash the wine on his face, he brings his boots down. What the hell do you think you're doing? And he stands up, his chair scooting back. What is the meaning of this?
Kaio Vibrato, you have decided that you want to be here in this forum where we must treat the other Trebolo with honor and respect. But I tell you, I will not treat a dog with respect. No, I treat a dog like a dog. You have dishonored me, you have dishonored my family, and I believe that you are responsible for the death of my father. Yes, Shunio Tremolo. And you and she takes out her rapier. And I will have you give me the honor of a duel.
One of Kaio's retainers hands him a cloth, and he's wiping the wine from his face. You would make these accusations in front of everyone, in front of all of the nobles of Paxirial?
She looks at the nobles. She says, "Nobles of Paxirial, we all know that we all know that the Vibrado are conniving, backbiting, morally bankrupt dogs. And I say that if you will true leadership, if we want to bring this great city-state back to where it belongs, away from the threat of war, away from the civil unrest that lies at the heart, away from the disease and sickness, then you shall reaffirm your allegiance to Tremolo, as you once did. See where your mixed loyalties have brought you."
Kaio, wiping the wine from his face, he throws the rag down on the ground. Big words. Let's see if you can back them up with steel. And he draws out his own saber. And I imagine that it's almost like a mosh pit. Like everyone backs up and encircles as it's clear that a duel is about to break out.
And that's where we'll resolve.
Let's do it.
As she takes the ribbon from that's tying her sable hair, and she just pulls out the ribbon. It just lets go. This black cascade coming down her back. And
one of her retainers actually might even say something like, "But the alliance, this could jeopardize everything."
No, she doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
she's not a politician. All right. So I get 2 to start off with. And you guys kind of decide at this point what my dice situation looks like.
Yeah, so I'm looking at your obstacles here. So I think your first obstacle would come into play. If I refuse this proposal from the vibrato, it could mean the end of my house. So clearly, refusing the proposal, like just throwing that in their face. So that is an obstacle that comes into play. I don't think your second obstacle about the broken clef comes into play. This is specifically about the first one. So that's +1 dice for that obstacle, +1 for the civil unrest, kingdom trouble. And then there's no relevant hindrances or weakness level. So that'll just be 3 plus the obstacle. So 5 dice for the opposition.
This game is
and also you guys, and also figure out my my dice pool. So I start with 2.
I'm looking at
you get 2. No mastered obstacles. Not really any relevant relationships. As far as traits go,
you're brawny, good at fighting.
Yeah,
maybe?
Brawny and commanding. I would say both your traits come into play here because you gave that rousing speech right beforehand. So I would say two for the traits, and then no boosts or anything like that. So that's 2 +2, so 4 dice for you.
All right,
5v4.
5v4. Let's do this.
1v1 me.
IRL.
Okay.
5v4 me.
So the opposition got 6, 6, and 5.
Oh.
I got 4, 5, and 4, 5, and 3.
Damn.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to re-roll the opposition.
Leaning on your weakness.
Yeah, so she's lashes out. I mean, that's what she does. She's going to take a misfortune. So I'll note that down. And she.
Now, could this be really quick? Just a question about the game. Could this be like mid-fight, she's getting beat, and then she lashes out, kind of thing? Like, how much role play goes on?
Yeah, it's
like
absolutely. You want to narrate it? It's how it plays.
Okay, awesome. This is cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So she goes in, and at first she tries to employ the lordly style of fighting. And giving him, fighting the way that she was taught. And then it's not working.
Yeah.
And so she decides to fight the way that she was born. And she is going to re-roll. Let's see. She's going so the opposition also had a 1 and a 2. So and then there's the other 3 die that it had. So I'm just gonna roll the 3 die that kicked my ass. Okay, manageable. All right, so we've got a 5. We've got a 4 and a 3. So okay. So I've got a 5, a 4, and a 3, and they've got a 5, a 4, and a 3. And so what does 4 do for me?
4, you would master an obstacle.
Ooh.
Great.
So that's definitely
excellent choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to match the 4 with the 3. We're going to, and the 5 gives me a hindrance, correct?
Yes, it does.
And okay. All right. So she's going to take a hindrance. So basically what she's going to do is we're going to get rid of the 4, which leaves get rid of the 3. So it leaves her with a 5 and a 4, and leaves the opposition with a 5. So I'm going to get both a boost and a hindrance this time around.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to master an obstacle.
Very cool.
So I'd like you to figure out my hindrance. So like what happens in this fight that hinders me in any way?
So I'll let Barker weigh in too, but Barker, what I was thinking is maybe what causes her to lose control is maybe she gets injured in this fight.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, for sure.
Like I don't know, like maybe he comes in and like gets her across the face, across the leg.
Eye patch. I want an eye patch.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
So you guys are dueling, and like you said, you're employing your technique, and he parries and comes up with his saber and slices you right across your eye. And you can feel just your eye just split, and you feel warm blood across your face, and that's when you lose control and essentially overpower this guy and beat him in the duel.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take the hindrance.
Wait, was that okay? So another thing is, could you say like, listen, you're lashing out. This is violent. This is rage. So you might kill this person, which might be good or bad for you, depending.
Yeah, definitely. You could do hindrance like I killed a guy. You could do like I got violent in front of my subjects, and now they think less of me. Like you could take this in so many different directions.
Okay, cool. I do like the disabled kind of thing. Like
I
like the losing an eye thing personally.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that my hindrance is scarred, not just scarred from battle, because that could be cool. It has to be like she has to be scarred from her mistake. Like scarred by my misstep.
Yeah. I like that.
I think no matter how because she's killing this motherfucker, but it doesn't matter.
Yes,
because he has left her with this memory.
Yeah,
he has left his mark on her, literally, and she will always remember that moment that she lashed out. And it will always be like everyone will tell the story of how she lost that eye.
Yeah,
and it's because he got the better of her in battle at one point.
Constant reminder.
Yeah. So put under my weaknesses. Let's see. Okay, so weakness. Oh no, it's a hindrance, I guess. So
yeah, hindrance.
I'll go. Hindrance,
which adds a die to the opposition if it's relevant.
Yes.
Right. Hindrance.
So if someone does really well against scarred people.
Or like
or this could be me. I literally like lose face, like it's like but look at her, it's like that'd be very bad if I'm trying to like convince something of somebody, because like look at this like violent maniac.
Violent maniac with an eye patch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, scarred by my misstep, mistake,
I like my misstep. Scarred by my misstep. I like that you made a fixable mistake, an error, and in judgment, and that's what led to the eye.
Yeah, so I'm scarred by my misstep. All right, so then now I also have so we've narrated. So I go in for a to basically skewer him, and then he definitely steps out of the way and slices me across the face, gashing my eye open. But at this point, I also have a boost, and I master my obstacle. I'm going to save mastery the obstacle for the end. I think 5, so the boost. So she gets slashed across the face. Blood is streaming down her, just streaming down her chin, across her epaulets. She is a vision in red. She uses the rapier like no one has ever seen before. This elegant and noble art of fighting, she has turned into a tempest. She has turned into she's an act of murder, and she murders with efficiency. She gets slashed across the eye, and she starts lashing out, thrusting, moving, jabbing, circling around him. At one point, something that nobody ever does in these kind of duels, he missteps, and with her offhand, she socks him across the face, just punching him, sending him backwards into a column. At one point, they start dancing around the column, trying to stab each other through that. There's now become a circle of nobles and retainers and serving people all around, and at one point, it begins to seem like this woman, this raven-haired woman with a shining sword, is chasing this man. At this point, he is running away. He cannot get away. There are permanent scars now within the beautiful ancient columns of the Forum as she strikes. He eventually starts making his way outside of the ring of people. He breaks through and starts heading towards the exit of the Forum, sword still in hand. This mad woman not downed by a split eye, and he gets back to the entrance, and she has found, and she has run and chased her way and has cut him off, so that she is standing within the threshold, light beaming from behind her, and she says to him, Kai Overbrato, I called you a dog, and now I will put you down like the dog that you are. And he starts to run away again, and then she takes her rapier and she throws it, and it circles through the Forum, and it just skewers him right through the midsection, him falling. And it's not pretty, and it's not honorable, but it's efficient. And she is now known, and this is her boost, as Shakiel the Merciless.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man.
And then at the end, so now there's an obstacle out of her way. She has taken this. The obstacle is that somebody read the obstacle off for me. Actually, the one that was involved in this.
The obstacle that was involved is, if I refuse this proposal from Vibrato, it could mean the end of my house. I think basically, like, you refused it and overcame it. Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Oh
no, maybe
not.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, because I refused this, and the way that I refused it, I have secured the position, and remembered the strength of my house to everyone in the Forum that day.
Nice.
I don't make compromises.
Yeah. Awesome. Very cool.
And so she exits the Forum without saying a word, and the doors close behind her as she walks through the city, off to find a healer.
Someone who can try to put her eye back together. Yeah, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Okay, guys. Well, we each got to do a scene. I think we'll probably call it here, and hopefully do another session where we do the remainder of our scenes. We each get 2 more scenes. So I think we'll stop it here, and it's a good place to stop, and we'll pick it up again. This was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoy this system. It's a really cool system for not just for world building, but for improving and being collaborative and creative. So yeah, if you're interested in checking out the system, there's a link down in the description. Go check it out. They have PDFs and soft covers available. So I'm going to turn it over to these guys to do some outros if they wish, and then we'll go ahead and call it a night. So Barker, why don't you go ahead and go first?
My name is Barker, and this was awesome. And like Matt said, you know, there are just a lot of things you can do with this. I'm immediately thinking, like, my next scene, you know, maybe Duca Shakiel will, who would she go to for healing? Maybe she would go to me because I have, I don't know, am magical or am in league with people who can get me expensive healing ailments. And so my next scene will be me doing something criminal, but I'll put her there too somewhere because, like, knocking on the door at the wrong time just to make it interesting, you know? So I have no idea, but this game, I'm just looking at the map right now that this is all you've seen this whole time. But this, like, there was nothing here at the beginning of the game. Like, this is Microscope is the only other kind of world building RPG I have experience with. This right here is fantastic. Just with just the three of us, we have this whole setting, multiple locations within the setting, and it's living. The setting is breathing and things are going on. I'm already in love with this game. I cannot wait to get my physical copy. And thanks for running it, all three of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was all of us. Yeah, and that's what I love is we started with nothing, and now a few hours later we have a kingdom that has real problems and has a society of bards who create symphonies of music, and there's magic carpets and all kinds of crazy shit happening. So I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, I love this so much. This is so awesome. Yeah, I mean, to me, with the way they do it, each turn, and the way that we've included every people into the scenes as well, it feels like an episode of television. I feel like we have constructed, we just set up a great cliffhanger for an episode. I could see that ending like an episode of Game of Thrones or something like that. It's
definitely.
I was actually thinking about that, looking at the epilogue with the fortune and misfortunes finale. If we had gotten to that point, it's kind of like Game of Thrones, where it's a series of good and bad things, and you're just wondering whether or not this person's going to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, I'm totally and the thing is, I'm also I'm totally okay with things not ending great for my character. You know, I'm okay with that because I will not feel that if my character, something horrible happens to her at the end, I won't feel like it was all for naught. I won't feel like I lost anything because I've created this beautiful story and I've created a world that I can play in now. You know, there is something that is the most rewarding thing about these more creative world building, kingdom building games, is that you have gifted yourself. You have made a fun way of gifting yourself a place that you can play at any time you want. Because I mean, unless this ends with the total outright destruction of of this place, we could totally revisit this over and over again.
Yes,
and it's beautiful, and I love it. And it was great to play with you guys. I haven't played a game on YouTube in I think since the Umbercloaks game, way back in the day.
Oh, that was way back in the day.
It was so good to play with you guys finally. I played with Barker finally. Used to play with Matt playing Call of Cthulhu, and those were good days.
Yeah.
And
yeah, man.
Likewise, man. Likewise.
So, but this is great, and I'm really looking forward to. I know we're gonna have a second session because I think that we've all caught a bug here.
Definitely.
And I think we all are very interested in what's going to happen, the fate of this place and also these people.
Yeah, exactly. The fate of Pack Cereal. Yeah.
And I guess just a quick plug. I mean, I don't really, like I said, I don't do much on YouTube anymore, but I'm a member of the Brigade and Absolute Tabletop, and you'll see me around and doing things. And if you want to see old videos that I did, you can go to ADVS Productions or just look up Aaron Van Sock, VANSCYOC. There's a bunch of old stuff when I was a sophomore in college, and all kinds of things, and some weird videos and good videos and some games and stuff like that.
Best last name ever. Coolest last name.
And I have a secondary channel that I actually just started. Well, actually started a year ago, and I do have plans for it actually. And if you go to the backstory, I created a channel called that, and I did an interview with Alex Galat, Captain Gothnog, on that, where I kind of examined his history through gaming, and then created a character in one of his favorite settings that was kind of inspired by the story that he told me about himself. And that was kind of an experiment about a year ago. And now what I've decided to do is I'm actually going to turn that into I'm going to fix that. I fixed that, and I'm going to turn that into a series now. And basically what I'm going to do is it's going to be interviews with people within our community, and basically go through the games and the media and the content that that have had the most influence over their lives and their gaming. And so exploring that and examining examining sort of the story behind the gamer and the role players and the games they love. And that's what I'm going to be. That's a project I'll be working on. So hope you guys check it out once it starts going on, and I'll start announcing it in different places. So thank you guys again for the opportunity. This was so much fun, and thank you for inviting me. It was great.
Thank you, man. Thanks for posting about the game.
Yeah,
I never would have heard about it.
I love stumbling upon little gems like this, and Questlandia is a game that has been out for a couple of years, and I'd love to see it, get a little bit more exposure in the various tabletop communities, and especially with the second edition of it coming out, where you can actually play through campaigns and stuff. It's a great little game, and the designers are great. They're really great to talk to, and they have a few different really interesting games on their website, which is linked down below. They have a game that's called, I think it's called like 14 Days or something. And it's a game where you play as someone who's like suffering from migraines, and like how to like deal with that. And like, as someone who suffers from migraines, I'm like, why would you ever want to role play that? But at the same time, I love that they do different things like that and play games where you're put in other people's shoes and have to deal with, struggles that you wouldn't normally have to deal with. So they're just really cool and great designers, and I love to give them support and exposure. So definitely go check out their stuff. It's linked down in the description. Check out Questlandia, Norlandia, and their other games. And there'll be some more Questlandia happening right here on this channel with these two guys. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Take care, and happy gaming all.
Bye-bye.